on him, and that was just what Jason craved. It's just, I wish he could help with something more important. Nick snorted. He is doing something important. He just doesn't see it that way. I'm afraid he may do something rash. Like? He may go back to Britain on his own. He knows Hastings is planning something, and he's determined to be a part of it, and he wants to take some of the objects from the church back with him. I don't see how we can stop him. I can stop him if I choose. Snowbeard was matter-of-fact. I would prefer not to, however. I was hoping that, as a friend, you might be able to redirect him. I can try, Seth said, again feeling guilty about talking behind Jason's back. I don't feel like I should be telling him what to do. He may not be strong enough to handle the boundary, but there's more than enough other work to do. You need to delegate more, Snowbeard said. Right, Seth thought. Delegate more. Fine. He had plans that would require more wizardry than ever. What do you hear from Madison? Nick abruptly changed the subject again. The old wizard was on a mission, too, and Seth was somehow the vehicle. Not much. Their landline's disconnected and cell phone reception isn't good down there. She emails me from the library sometimes. She's not coming back anytime soon. Her brother and sister got released from foster care since she's there to watch them. Those emails were totally unsatisfactory. I'm painting. I'm doing fine. The kids are a handful. It's been cold and rainy, bright and sunny. Saw a wild turkey and a bald eagle yesterday. She emailed photos of Booker Mountain and the paintings she made, landscapes seen through a smoky blue filter. Seth hunched his shoulders in frustration. He did not want her to do fine in Colton County. He wanted her to come home. It's just as well, he told himself. If we ever got to see each other, we'd just end up fighting. But it might be worth it if he could just see her again. They turned up the walkway, passing through the winter-scorched gardens that surrounded the inn, and mounted the steps to the porch. The receptionist at the desk in the foyer went to fetch Rachel. Seth ran his hand over the newel post of the elaborate oak staircase. Here he and Madison had planned their first date, the ill-fated picnic on the river. Rachel appeared from the kitchen hallway, wiping her hands on her apron. Her hair was stick-straight and black, unlike Madison's gilded waves, but she shared Madison's fair complexion, sprinkling of freckles, and slightly crooked nose. "Thanks for coming," she said, nodding curtly to Seth and Nick. "I want to show you something." She turned and climbed the curved staircase, obviously intending them to follow. They wound up and up, crossing the landing at the second floor and continuing up the narrower staircase to the third, where Madison stayed. "We were just talking about Madison," Seth said, easily keeping pace up the steep stairs while Nick lagged behind. "Have you heard from her?" "No," Rachel said, eyeing him with a peculiar expression. "Haven't heard a word." As they turned down the familiar hallway to Madison's tiny room, tucked under the back staircase, Seth smelled wood smoke. Rachel stood aside at the entry to Madison's quarters. The door was gone, or most of it, leaving a ragged hole. The wood around the doorframe was charred, and the floorboards dusted with a fine gray ash, smeared now with footprints. Seth looked up at Rachel, who was glaring at him, as if it was somehow his fault. And it probably was. When did this happen?" "Yesterday. That's when I noticed it, anyway." "Go on in," she said. Seth hesitated, unsure whether to open the ruined door or step through the gap. In the end, he did the latter, stepping carefully over the splintered threshold. The room was totally trashed, the contents of drawers strewn on the floor, cupboards standing open, the mattress yanked from the bed and cut to ribbons, wastebaskets upended. The doors to the wardrobe had been broken open and hung slantwise on their hinges. Even her tiny refrigerator had been emptied onto the tile. Though it had been a while since he'd been invited to Madison's room, it was a jarring contrast to what Seth was used to. Madison was a naturally tidy person. He turned to Rachel, who had followed him in. Who did this? What were they looking for? She folded her arms, tapping her foot in a familiar way. I hoped maybe you could tell me. How would I know? Seth said, knowing that the ruined door was wizard's work. Nick stood framed in the doorway. My word, he said. What kind of devilry is this? I can't make sense of it, Rachel said. I mean, her room is way up here on the 3rd floor, so it doesn't seem like a random break-in. A guest would be more likely to have valuables than a server. Depending on what you think is valuable, Seth muttered. Did they take anything? Not that I could tell. But it could have been. She didn't have a lot to begin with. She took her art supplies and her computer home with her, but she left her winter clothes and furniture and other school things. Shrugging, Seth scanned the room. The impressionist prints that lined the walls, the hat collection over the bed, the paint-splashed headboard. Her desk had been emptied, but there was no way to tell if anything was missing. He hadn't noticed any unusual magical activity in the past 2 days, but it wouldn't take much to blow out a door. What would a wizard be looking for? Magical objects? A home address? Phone records? Apprehension flared under Seth's breastbone, but he managed to keep his voice steady. Does she know? Rachel shook her head. I emailed her, but she hasn't replied. Did you call the police? Seth asked. Rachel shook her head. Maybe I did wrong, but I didn't. Didn't seem like your usual burglary. Like I said, why target a girl who's got nothing to begin with? She gave Seth a narrow-eyed look. You sure you don't know anything about this? He returned her gaze. What would I know about it? Well, all I know is there's something wrong between you and her. You were all lovey-dovey until about 6 months ago, and since then, well, you tell me. Taken by surprise, Seth stammered. We're okay. I mean, great. Really? Well, it occurred to me that maybe you came and tore this place up to, get revenge. Because she left. Seth was stung by the accusation. I wouldn't do that, he whispered. They stood glaring at each other. Then Seth said, Did she leave any of her paintings here? If somebody wanted to wreck something that meant a lot to her, he'd start there. Well, there's just this one. Rachel reached behind the love seat and pulled out a canvas. It looked like someone drug this out of the wardrobe. She turned it so Seth could see it. The paint seemed to swim on the canvas, nauseating swirls of brown and green. No, it was the figures in the painting itself. They were moving. He recognized the scene with a sickening jolt. It was the conference room at Second Sister. His father, Hastings, lay next to Gregory Lester's altar, cradled by his weeping mother. Lester was looking right at Seth, eyes glittering, his arm extended. Behind him the alumni stood, their power joined to his. Flame erupted from Lester's hands, slamming into Seth's body. He screamed and stumbled backward, raising his hands to defend himself. He awoke, to find himself lying on Madison's bed, with Nick sitting next to him, hands pressed to Seth's chest, muttering a healing charm under his breath. When Seth opened his eyes, Snowbeard released a sigh of relief and hissed, "Let me do the talking," in an odd, terse voice. Seth struggled into a sitting position and immediately vomited something black and nasty into a basin that Nick had at the ready. Nick wiped his face off with a washcloth. "Nick," Seth whispered, "what did Rachel—" "Stay down," Nick ordered, and went to dump the basin. Rachel appeared in the doorway with a glass of water. "How's he doing?" Her usual cynical suspicion of Seth had been replaced with solicitous concern. "Sorry for the trouble," Nick called from the lavatory. "He's had a touch of flu these past few days. When I gave him your message, he insisted on rising from his sickbed and coming over." "I didn't know he was sick," Rachel said, twisting her hair between her fingers. "You should have said." Snowbeard returned with the empty basin. Seth rinsed his mouth and spit into it. He felt awful, like the time he'd come down with mono at that prep school in Scotland and had ended up in the hospital. His entire body itched and burned like he was breaking out in hives. Hallucinations swam through his head. "What did you do with the painting, Rachel?" the old man asked calmly. "I put it down cellar," she said, shrugging. "But I still don't see why—" "Better to be safe than sorry," Snowbeard said. "It's probably just the flu, but perhaps something in the painting triggered a synaptic shock to the brain, much like strobe lights trigger seizures in susceptible people." Woozy as he was, Seth couldn't help thinking that Snowbeard was a remarkably good liar for one of the good guys. "Would you like something to eat, honey?" Rachel asked. "I could whip you up an omelet or some soup," she offered. "There's chocolate cake and burnt sugar custard." Seth shuddered at the thought of confronting food. Snowbeard creakily rose to his feet and took Rachel's elbow. "Don't worry, my dear," he said. "I know how very busy you are. I'll stay here with Seth and we'll let him rest a bit, then I'll take him on home. You're sure there are no more of Maddie's paintings in the inn?" "That's the only one I found. Either she took them all back with her or the burglar stole them." "Let's hope nothing was stolen." Effortlessly, Snowbeard ushered Rachel from the room. Moments later, Seth heard her descending the stairs. Snowbeard shut the door behind her and pulled a chair over to sit beside Seth. "How are you feeling?" The old man's face was set in hard, angry lines. "Terrible. And confused and embarrassed. I don't know what I—" "What did you see in the painting?" Snowbeard demanded, gripping his arm. He's using persuasion, Seth realized, feeling the hot flow of power. He immediately resisted, reverting to the habits of a lifetime. "The painting? I didn't get much of a look at it. I was kind of dizzy on the way over here from the mind quest, I guess, and I just... Why do you ask?" Snowbeard studied him suspiciously. "You took one look at Madison's painting and collapsed. I want to know why." "I don't even remember." Seth closed his eyes, as if searching his brain, but mainly to avoid Snowbeard's keen gaze. What was the old man thinking anyway? "What did it look like?" "It was a painting of Trinity Harbor." Not the painting I saw, Seth thought. He opened his eyes. Right. Now I remember." Snowbeard's grip tightened. More persuasion. "Don't lie to me. This is important for your own safety." "How could a painting make me pass out anyway?" "There are a multitude of possibilities, my boy. Sorcerers can embed spells in objects. Certainly a curse could be embedded in a painting." "So you think whoever broke in here cursed Madison's painting?" Seth asked carefully. "Curses are generally embedded at the time the object is made. In this case, at the time the canvas was painted." "Well, Madison painted it, so that's impossible." Seth looked Snowbeard in the eyes, daring the old bear to challenge him on it. "Not only that," Snowbeard continued, as if he hadn't heard. "The curse, if that's what it was directed specifically at you. It didn't affect Rachel or me, even though I removed the painting from the room and she carried it down into the cellar. Whatever it was meant to kill. Had you been on your own, it might have succeeded. Curses and attack magic don't work in the sanctuary. We know that. Much is possible that is beyond our knowledge, Snowbeard said gravely. You were the one maintaining the boundary. You might be vulnerable to a powerful curse directed at you or packaged in a different way. Seth knew where this was going. He set his lips tightly together and waited for the punchline. Who knows what an elicitor is capable of? No one. Madison has declined to join this war on our side. Is it possible that she has joined it on the other side? No, Seth said it louder than he intended. But why would she paint that particular scene? She'd seemed totally traumatized at the time, and it sure wasn't something he wanted to remember. She suddenly leaves town in the middle of the school term. She had to. It appears you are not getting along as you once did. Now hold on. Seth propped himself on his elbows, fighting another wave of nausea. Like I keep telling you, and my father, and my mother, and every other person, Madison wants nothing to do with this war, nothing. She's not in this. Maybe she won't help us, but she wouldn't hurt us. Iris mentioned that Madison seems to be in financial difficulties. Seth blinked at Nick. I know she's never had a lot of money, but I could have helped her. All she had to do was ask. Maybe she preferred not to. She's proud. The Roses have deep pockets. Any of our enemies could make her rich. No, I don't believe it. Seth rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand. Madison wouldn't hurt him. He knew she wouldn't. I passed out, that's all. Maybe I do have the flu. Try the simplest explanation for once. I'm sick of conspiracy theories. Nick shook his head, agreeing to disagree. Regardless of the source of the attack, I fear you are injured more grievously than you know. You lost hold of the boundary when you went down. Try to pick it up again. Right. Seth took a deep breath and extended himself into the sanctuary. Black spots swam before his eyes, coalescing into a smothering darkness that threatened to swallow him. He broke into a cold sweat and let go, lying absolutely still until the dizziness eased. It had been hard enough before. Now, it was impossible. Sorry, he said, feeling a little panicked. What if it didn't get better? I just need to rest a little. Maybe, Snowbeard said, sounding unconvinced. I'll take it for now. But we need to determine exactly where Madison is and what she is up to. Perhaps that's something Jason can do. Chapter 12. A Babe in the Woods. Snow sifted down from the treetops, glittering in the cold winter sunlight as Leisha stumbled down the icy trail. She kept a tight hold of unnoticeable Jason's hand, both to keep from falling and because he was the one with the Seifa after all. Where are we going? She hissed. And who are we sneaking up on? Possibilities swirled through her mind. Assassins, spies, some kind of magical weapon being built on the sanctuary. You'll see, he whispered back mysteriously. This better be good, she muttered. As far as Leisha was concerned, winter was nature's way of telling you to stay indoors. All around, the snow was inscribed with animal tracks. Who knew what was out and about? Are there bears around here? Just little ones. Would bears notice an unnoticeable person? They clambered down into a half-frozen creek, up the other side, circled a ravine, and pushed into a thick stand of snowy pine trees. By then, she was gasping for breath. "Will you slow down? My legs aren't as long as yours." "We're there. Wait till you see. This is really cool." They paused under a pine tree, whose boughs swept close to the ground. The air was filled with a clean, sharp scent, like room freshener. Stepping behind her, Jason gripped Leisha around the waist and lifted her up. Right in front of her face was the teeniest owl she'd ever seen, no bigger than a robin. It was a brownish color with white streaks radiating from its eyes and white splotches. Its tiny feet were wrapped securely around a branch. It seemed to be sound asleep, but as she watched, it opened its yellow eyes and blinked sleepily at her, then closed them again. Cautiously, she extended her finger and brushed the ruff around its feet, holding her breath. It opened its eyes, swiveled its head, then fluffed out its feathers and settled down again. Jason lowered Leisha gently to the ground, then leaned in for a look himself. They took turns watching the owl for about 10 minutes. Then Jason took Leisha's hand and led her out of the pine grove. When they were a safe distance away, Jason disabled the unnoticeable charm and reappeared, grinning at her. What was that?" Leisha asked. "I never saw an owl that little." "It's called a saw-whet owl," Jason said, looking pleased at her reaction. "I guess they winter around here. I saw it here the other day and looked it up online. Supposedly their call sounds like somebody sharpening a saw." "Can't we take it home? It is so cute. I want to keep it," Leisha said. "Well, if you want. But these guys sleep during the day and eat mice, so you'd have to catch them." Leisha shuddered. "Oh, so now you're the great hunter?" "Pretty much." He knelt, scraping together a snowball. "I guess bow hunting season is over, but snowball season is just beginning." He stood and came toward her, tossing the snowball in the air and catching it, eyeing her suggestively. "Oh no, stay away from me." Jason lobbed the snowball. Leisha dodged behind a tree, and the missile exploded against the bark. She knelt and patted together a snowball of her own, but when she stood up, Jason had disappeared. "No fair. You are not allowed to go unnoticeable." "No rules," Jason said from right behind her, stuffing a handful of snow down her back. She whipped around, and he stole a kiss, then leapt back out of reach. "No rules, you say? You'll be sorry." The fight began in earnest then. Although Leisha had terrible aim, she found she could explode Jason's missiles with wizardry before they hit their mark, which evened things up a bit. By the time they called a truce, they'd been racing through the woods for an hour. Leisha was actually sweating, and it was getting dark. They walked back to the park pavilion hand in hand. Leisha kindled a fire on the hearth to dry out their wet things, and Jason heated up some cider. They sat side by side on the hearth, their backs roasting, their fronts freezing. Leisha was amazed at how much she'd enjoyed playing in the snow. Images came back to her from when she was little. She and Aunt Millie building snowmen in the yard, cardinals and chickadees circling the bird feeder, coasting down to eat out of her hand, consulting Aunt Millie's field guide to identify the rare birds. "Come summer, we can move out here," Jason suggested, breaking into her reverie. "You know, sleep in hammocks in the trees, live off the land." "You're totally insane, you know that?" she said, thinking she must be a little crazy herself. "We can be urban gorillas, hold people for ransom, trap squirrels and pigeons and steal picnic baskets." "Listen, it takes a lot more than that to keep me comfortable," Leisha said, "like hot showers and manicures." Their conversations were often like this. They flirted, dancing around the hard issues that lay between them. But now, Jason turned serious. He picked up her hand and examined it like he could read her fortune in it. "It would be cool if we could just be together," he said. "You know, without having to worry about all this political crap." "We can be," Leisha said, forcing a lightness she didn't feel. "Who cares about politics? Let's run away. Where do you want to go?" But the mood was broken. Jason set his cup of cider down and rose. "I'd better go. It's getting late." She gripped his hand. "Stay a while?" He shook his head. Hunters need their sleep. He leaned down and kissed her. "See you." Leisha followed Jason onto the porch and watched until his slender form dissolved into the trees of Perry Park. Unsettled, off balance, she went back inside the pavilion, sat down next to the fire on the stone hearth, and wrapped herself in a comforter that stank of wood smoke. She'd wait 10 more minutes before she started walking back to town herself. Who knew there were so many back alley places in a small town, like the snack bar at the bowling alley, and the study carrels at the public library, and the beach in the middle of winter? Who knew she'd be willing to spend time in any of them? At first, she'd been focused on worming her way into Jason's confidence. But then, one-on-one, they could be themselves. And now, it seemed like everybody she knew was either a hero like Jack Swift, not many, or a snake like Warren Barber, many. Jack was so virtuous he made her feel contaminated. Jason was in between, wicked enough to be interesting, and yet he believed in things. He lived by a personal code of honor, not that she'd ever figure it out. Finally, Jason had a crooked, self-deprecating, sardonic way of looking at the world that made her laugh. She could use a few laughs these days. Poking at the fire with a stick, she thought, "You're not falling for this guy, are you?" Leisha looked up, startled, when she heard a noise outside. She hoped it wasn't some kind of animal. They'd put up wards to keep snoops away, but whether they worked on animals, she just didn't know. The door banged open and someone said, "Well, well, I don't believe it. A babe in the woods." It was Warren Barber. She was moving before he finished, and so was he. She tried to slam him with an immobilization charm, which, of course, didn't work, and he flung out a few attack charms himself. Those went nowhere. While he was processing that, she tried to circle around him and get out the door, but he blocked her path and tackled her, slamming her to the floor. He pinned her to the flagstones with his forearm, his face inches from hers. She found herself looking into his iced-over blue eyes, framed in bizarre white lashes. "So what's up, Leisha?" he asked. "You never call, you never answer your phone. I'm feeling just a bit abandoned. Know what I mean?" "Get off of me, you perverted pervert!" She shoved fruitlessly at his hands. He brushed back her hair and touched the band around her neck. "And when I tried to apply a little discipline, nothing happened." "I disabled the torque," Leisha lied breathlessly. "You might as well take it off." "Did you now? And did you also disable my weir stone? Because I'm noticing some of my favorite charms don't work." "I can't help it if you have a performance problem," she replied. "Can't you get something for that over the internet?" So, okay, that was a mistake. The pale eyes narrowed to slits. He sat up and hit her hard in the face with his closed fist. Tears came to her eyes and blood poured from her nose. It felt like every bone in her face was broken. "You're going to pay for that," she thought. "I just don't know how yet." Barber examined his fist. "What do you know? This still works." He looked down at her, his face framed in shoulder-length translucent hair. I've heard that attack charms aren't allowed here in Trinity, but I never really believed they could make it stick. But now I'm thinking, maybe the collar doesn't work so well in the sanctuary either. Know what I mean? And I'm feeling like you're getting kind of blasé about our agreement. That's so? Agreement? Right. Leisha was drowning in blood. She blew her nose, spraying droplets all over Barbara's shirt. I told you, it's not easy. Everybody's always watching, and after what happened before, they don't really trust me. My patience is running out. I have the feeling you're not trying hard enough. You need to get Jason Haley out of the sanctuary and to someplace I can question him. You need to get me the Dragon Heart. How hard can it be? Leisha bit back a response. There was enough damage to repair as it was. If you don't deliver, I'll tell your dragon friends who you've been working for all this time. They'll kick you out on your butt, and then... He circled her neck with his hands and applied pressure until she was suffocating, prying at his hands, squirming helplessly. Finally, he let go, and she sucked in air desperately, her heart pounding. Barbara smiled. I'll be around, even if they don't kick you out. He touched the collar. I know where you are every minute. Won't be hard to grab you in some back alley. His grin widened. I'll stuff you in my car trunk, and suddenly you're way out of town. Where are you staying, in case I need to find you? She asked, wondering how he could possibly move around town without being spotted. Never mind where I'm staying. He stood, wiping his bloody hand on his jeans. Someone set a nasty magical trap at my old place. I'm wondering how they knew where I lived. That better not happen again. Damn, she thought. Dorsey missed. He'd seemed so capable when they met at Raven's Gill. Barbara sat down on the bench of the picnic table, watching her, as if she were the subject of some kind of violence experiment. By the way, where's Madison Moss gone off to? That question took her totally by surprise. Madison Moss? How should I know? You're supposed to be the inside person, right? You said to keep track of the gifted. She's not. Leisha paused. Why do you care about her? You weren't at Second Sister. When Lester fired at Macaulay, Madison Moss took the hit for him. Lester went down and all the alumni went with him. That's the kind of girlfriend to have. He looked at Leisha and raised a pale eyebrow like she should be taking notes. Anyway, I paid her a visit, and her room's all emptied out. You paid her a visit? Leisha shivered at the thought of Barbara skulking around town. Well, I heard she's gone, that she left town. Any idea where she went? I have no clue. Maybe she and Macaulay broke up. All I can tell you is these Smallsville girls are ecstatic. They think they'll have a chance for a change. Warren stood again. Well, Leisha, as a spy, you've been totally useless. It's your job to make me happy. You have my number. You have 3 days to deliver Haley and the Dragon Heart. Let me hear from you. And then he was gone, and Leisha could hear nothing save her labored breathing and the wild beating of her heart. Chapter 13. Up Mountain. It was that time of day when the world holds its breath, awaiting the return of the light. To the east, beyond the mountains, it was already morning. The edge of the escarpment was iced with brilliance as the sun prepared to break over top. Mist hung in the valley, like sheep's wool caught between the peaks. Each clump of grass, fern, and shrub was layered in ice, and Madison was wet to her knees before she'd crossed the home yard. Her hands shook in the pre-dawn chill as she squeezed paint onto the aluminum pie pan she used for a palette. She was lucky she hadn't broken her neck on the way up the mountain in the freezing dark. Any sane person would take a photograph and paint in the parlor, where it was warm and dry. But then, everyone knows I'm crazy. The moment arrived. The sun crested the east shoulder of Booker Mountain and splashed onto the slopes, setting each bejeweled twig and branch aflame. Madison loaded her brush and splashed paint onto the canvas she'd started the day before. Only 2 more days, she judged, and the sun would have changed position enough to ruin the effect. So she painted like one possessed. By 10 o'clock, she was on her way back down the mountain, following the ravine cut by Booker Creek, the cleanest stream in Colton County. A half-hour more, and the house came into sight. It was 2 stories, with 5 big pillars in the front and wide porches that wrapped nearly all the way around the house on both levels. There were red brick chimneys at either end because it was built at a time when wood-burning fireplaces provided the heat. It had always been painted white, though after 5 years in Carlene's care, it could have done with a paint job. Though the house had good bones, it had the kind of beauty that needed constant care, or it began to look shabby. It definitely looked shabby now. The house had been built by Madison's great-great-grandfather, Dreadmont Booker, when he was courting her great-great-grandmother, Felicity Taylor. He was a prosperous farmer. She'd been a wild thing, a legendary blonde beauty who had no intention of staying in Colton County and marrying a farmer, prosperous or not. He swore he'd die if he couldn't have her. He built her the house and a rose garden with a brick wall and gazebo and a path to nowhere. He bought her a black mare with 4 white stockings and a blaze on her forehead. He gave her the opal pendant that had belonged to his grandmother, blue and turquoise and green, with broad flashes of fire. It was the talk of the county, because it was no proper gift from a man to a woman who was not his wife. Felicity Taylor had ignored the whispers and worn it whenever she liked. Knowing what she knew about inherited power, Madison wondered if Felicity had been an enchanter. Word was, the view had finally won Felicity's heart. You could sit on the second-floor porch and look right over the Roper's place and see all the way to the river. The pendant and Booker Mountain had been left to Min, who'd left them to Madison in turn, skipping right over Carlene. Min had left Carlene some money, which was long gone, and trust accounts for Grace and John Robert to pay for their college. The house and land would come to Madison later in the year. Ray McCartney had set it up. He might be in love with Carlene, but he was loyal to Min, too. Madison would be land rich and money poor, once she gained control of Booker Mountain. Unless she sold it off, which everyone seemed to think she should do as soon as possible. If she sold out, she could attend the Art Institute of Chicago and shake the rocky soil of Colton County right off of her shoes. She reached under her sweatshirt and touched the opal, reassured by its solid presence. Maybe it was too fancy to be wearing around the house, but Madison wore it anyway. It was a tie to the past, and it represented a possible future. It also felt like a link to the stone she'd left behind in Trinity. The dragon heart. She'd tried to put it out of her mind, but whenever she tried not to think of something, it seemed like she thought about it more. The only thing that could distract her from Seth McCauley was the dragon heart, and vice versa. Some days her mind seemed to reverberate from one to the other, making her sick to her stomach. You'd think being far away from both of them would help, but not so much. Once or twice a week she went into town. She'd stop in at the library and find a clutch of emails from Seth. They were somewhat formal, polite, a little restrained, like old-fashioned love letters in digital text where you had to read between the lines. It was as though he was afraid he'd scare her off if he undammed his feelings. Sometimes she emailed him back, but these days she mostly wrote letters. She knew it was weird and archaic, but she didn't want to say just anything that came into her head. Instead, she'd sit up in bed and dwell over each word, as if she could infuse them with the power to untie the knots that plagued their relationship. As for talking on the phone, that was totally out. She couldn't trust herself not to say something that would bring him flying down the interstate. Nothing was stirring in the home yard except Hamlet and Ophelia, the golden retrievers who dutifully stood and swished their tails at Madison's appearance. Lifting her canvas high out of danger, Madison squeezed between the dogs and went into the barn. It was a sturdy stone and wood building, once the home of Dreadmont Booker's horses. During some prosperous period in the past, someone had put in water lines and servants' quarters. Now, it was used as a sometime garage for Carlene's car. Madison had claimed the second floor as a studio, and peopled it with dreams. She should never have come home. Booker Mountain had a way of grabbing onto you, clouding your mind and making you forget your intentions, just like it had Felicity Taylor, more than 100 years ago. Since she'd been away from Seth, her work had lost that lurid, dangerous quality and settled back into what Sarah called ethereal exuberance. It could mean the hex magic had dissipated. She'd written to Seth asking if he was feeling better, but he never responded. A set of 3 small canvases glittered from the corner, each a view of the changeable Dragonheart stone against a matte black. The Dragonheart series. She cleaned her brushes in the sink and walked back to the house, skirting frozen puddles and patches of mud, followed by the dogs, their tails wagging hopefully. She paused at the foot of the porch steps to look over the flower beds. New shoots were poking up from the prickly skeletons of the tea roses, and the climber on the trellis by the porch was leafing out bravely. It was Saturday. Carlene had worked late the night before, and her door was closed. She'd still be in bed. There was breakfast debris on the table, signaling that Grace and John Robert were loose on the mountain. Rounding them up was like herding cats or butterflies, but they'd show up hungry any time now. She'd take them to town for lunch, she decided. They could wander around Main Street, and she'd buy some fertilizer for the garden. Madison pulled the truck into the angle parking in front of the courthouse. The kids were out of the truck almost before it rolled to a stop. She shoved 2 $20 bills into Grace's hand, taken from her dwindling supply of waitressing money. "Robertson's is having a sale," she said. "Why don't you look for clothes in there? Then take JR to the 5 and Dime. I'll meet you at the Bluebird in an hour, and we'll have lunch." Grace studied the money, as if it must be some kind of trick, then folded the bills and put them into her tiny purse. "Stay together and don't wander off Main Street so I can find you when I'm done." Madison turned away. "Where are you going to be?" Grace had a tight hold of John Roberts' hand. He was pulling away like a puppy on a leash. "Hazelton's. I'm going to get some fertilizer for the flower beds." Madison went into Hazelton's implements. Josh Hazelton was behind the counter, as she knew he'd be. He'd been in Madison's class at school. Once, they'd been friends and told each other secrets. He'd even kissed her under the stands at a football game. They'd awkwardly bumped lips like 2 goldfish meeting. That was before he'd gotten in with Bryce and them. Funny, ordinarily Bryce wouldn't give Josh the time of day, so Josh was flattered to be invited into Bryce's crowd. Madison didn't have a crowd, only Josh, and then, not even him. When Josh looked up and saw her, a guilty blush spread from his collar all the way to his ears. "Hey, Maddie," he said, turning away from 3 other customers, all of whom Madison knew. I heard you were back in town. For a while, Madison said, running her hand over a display of mailboxes, painted with flowers and colors unknown to nature. I need some fertilizer. Here, I'll show you, he said, eagerly pushing past the swinging gate at the end of the counter. She raised her hand to stop him. You've got customers. Just tell me where it is, all right? Josh pointed to the back right corner of the store. Back there. Regular and organic. 5- and 10-pound bags. She chose a bag of organic fertilizer and some gardening gloves and brought them to the counter. By then, the other customers had left. Josh rang them up for her. So how'd you like it, up north? He said, handing her the receipt. I like it. As well as here? Better. She went to turn away. Maddie? Josh hesitated, and then the words tumbled out like cats from a bag. I thought maybe, that you left because of all that crap last year. He waited, and when she didn't say anything, added, Look, I'm sorry if some of us were just having some fun, I didn't realize we were having fun. She looked him in the eyes until he looked away, ears flaming. I never believed it, what they said about you, he mumbled. Really? I never heard you speak up. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're back. Not for long, she said, pretending to look at purple Martin houses. Josh still hovered. Have you seen Bryce since you've been back? He asked. Yeah. She tried not to make a face. You still hang around with him? He shook his head, coloring again. Nah, I guess he's really busy. Right, she said. I hear he has some new friends who don't go to our school. He paused, then said awkwardly, You never liked him. No, still don't. She didn't see any point in lying. He could never figure that out, why you wouldn't go out with him. Madison blinked at him. He told you that? Josh shook his head. Not exactly, but I knew. He thought you'd say yes. Madison snorted. Come on. I don't think having me as a friend was ever high on his list. Josh licked his lips. You're wrong. I think it really bugged him. You always want what you can't have, and people listen to him, First she thought, why are we talking about Bryce Roper? And then it came to her. A revelation. What are you trying to tell me? That he was behind the people calling me a witch? Well, it didn't take much to convince people. I mean, you're kind of different. You dress like a gypsy and always walk around with a frown on your face like you're mad at the world. He held up his hand. I'm sorry, but it's true. And you were always painting all those pictures, and you lived up on the mountain in that spooky old house. It's not spooky, she retorted, then shut her mouth. Who cared what everybody thought? Josh shrugged. Your grandmother read the cards and hexed people, and your mom is kind of wild. Shut up, Josh, Madison said, feeling the blood rush into her face. She turned away, staring out through the window at the boarded-up storefront across the street. But Josh would not be silenced. So one night a bunch of us guys were talking, and some of us had asked you out and had been turned down. So Bryce just started saying, what if, and we were cracking up and we couldn't help it. He just has a way of putting things, so I guess we all kind of got it started. We put out notes and started texting people, and then it sort of took on a life of its own, Madison swung around and took a step forward, and Josh flinched, like he thought she might hit him or spell him or something. Why do you think I turned them down when they asked me out? Because some guys like to brag about things that never happened. All except you. I knew you would never. I thought you... She stopped, unwilling to trust herself to go on. It was really ironic that Bryce Roper, with his persuasive hands and sleazy layer of wizardly charm, would be accusing her of being a witch, when she didn't have a stitch of magic in her. No magic of her own, anyway. Josh cleared his throat, looking like somebody with his hand in a vice who can't wait to be released. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I never believed you burnt anything down. I've been wanting to tell you that. She cleared her throat. Well, thanks, I guess. Want me to carry that out for you? He asked, handing her the receipt for the fertilizer. I can manage. She rested the bag of fertilizer on her hip and turned toward the door. Maddie? You know prom's coming up. She stiffened. Josh, He rushed on. Since I heard you were back, I've been meaning to call you, but, well, you don't have a phone. I wondered if you might want to go with me. As friends, I mean, you could see everyone. He thought he was offering her a gift. A chance to hold her head up and show everybody they didn't drive her off. But she realized she didn't care what they thought. Not anymore. Madison shook her head. I don't think so. She left him standing behind the counter, hands hanging at his sides. Grace and John Robert were 10 minutes late for their rendezvous at the Bluebird, and when they showed up, Bryce Roper was with them. Hello, Madison, he said, sliding right into a seat at her table. He was wearing jeans and a cotton sweater, and a fleece-lined leather jacket that definitely didn't come from Robertson's. I ran into Grace and John Robert at the Five and Dime. Madison gripped the arms of her chair, her heart thumping. Josh Hazelton's revelations were fresh in her mind, but then Josh hadn't told her anything about Bryce that she didn't already know. I'm surprised you didn't hustle them off to child welfare, she said, being as I left them on their own in town and all. Bryce signaled the server. Look, I said I was sorry. Actually, I don't think you did. He shrugged. Well, I meant to anyway. So, to make up for it, I invited Grace and John Robert to come over next week and go riding. Let us go, Maddie, please. John Robert was practically bouncing in place, gripping her hand. The boy didn't know how to hold a proper grudge. Grace was different. She wouldn't have forgiven Bryce Roper for putting them in foster care, but she loved horses with the passion only a 10-year-old girl could muster. She'd mucked out stalls the summer before in trade for riding lessons, and the Ropers had the prettiest horses in the county. If there was a way to win Gracie over, this was it. She reverberated with indecision, vibrating like a plucked string. Madison didn't want to be beholden in any way to the Ropers. She didn't want Grace spending time with the wizard Bryce Roper for reasons of her own. Absolutely not, Madison said, glaring at Bryce. I can't believe you'd even suggest that. Your horses are for experienced riders. They're not used to kids. But you know I can ride, Maddie, Grace protested. Like usual, if Maddie said no, Grace said yes. I took lessons all last summer with Mr. Raglan. He said I was a natural-born horsewoman. There's no better teacher around than George Raglan, Bryce said. And J.R. will be fine. We always have kids' horses around for the cousins. Please, John Robert begged, hanging on Madison's arm. I said no, and I mean it, Madison said, dislodging John Robert. She looked up at Bryce. You turn the kids over to the county because Mama couldn't find a babysitter, and then you want me to let them risk life and limb. No problem, Bryce cut in, just as she was winding up. I'll just ask Carleen. And that shut Madison up, like he knew it would. Carleen wouldn't hold grudges about court dates and child welfare. Carleen hadn't had to drop out of school and come back home to bail out the kids. If Bryce asked Carleen, she'd let them go in a New York minute. She liked cozying up to the Ropers' money. Madison sat frozen, cheeks flaming. Even Grace and J.R. knew she'd been outmaneuvered. Grace looked from Bryce to Madison, her brow furrowed. "Don't worry, Maddie," she said softly. "We'll be real careful." "I know you will, honey," Madison said through stiff lips. "Great," Bryce said. The server was hovering and he scanned the menu. "We'll start with a platter of wings and onion rings," he said. "Root beer for everyone. And then whatever else they want." He looked over at Madison as she opened her mouth to object. "My treat." No, she thought. This was supposed to be my treat. The server hurried off. "We've got horses that you could ride, Maddie," Bryce said, putting his hot hand over hers on the table. "Why don't you come?" She ripped her hand free. "I'm busy all week." "How about next week?" "I'm busy every week." She stood. "Matter of fact, I forgot something at the hardware store." She nodded to the kids. "Go ahead and have lunch if you want. I'll meet you over there." But Bryce just grinned at Grace and John Robert like they were co-conspirators. "We'll win your big sister over yet." To Bryce, it was a game he was destined to win. But he had no idea the danger he was in. If Maddie'd had a gun, she would have shot him. Chapter 14. Gone South. "Alicia, your young man, what's his name again?" Aunt Melisandre pointed her bejeweled hand at Jason, who tried hard not to duck. "Jason," Leisha said, perched on the edge of her chair, as if she were ready to spring. "His name's Jason, Aunt Millie." They were sitting in a stuffy parlor decorated with highly flammable pine roping and a dried-out Christmas tree. The only light came from stubs of candles nestled dangerously in the greens. "You're sure it's not Jasper?" "I used to know a Jasper. Jasper de Villiers. He was French, a bit underpowered, if you know what I mean, but quite the ladies' man." Aunt Melisandre fixed Jason with her purple-shadowed eyes, as if expecting to extract a confession. Jason shook his head. "Jason," he said. "A peculiar name, Jason. Would you like another cookie, young man?" Melisandre extended a tray of charred and soggy shortbread. They'd started out okay, but then she'd set fire to them while trying to heat up the tea and had to extinguish them with lemonade. That's okay. I've eaten lots already." Leisha's Aunt Melisandre reminded Jason of one of those dried-up insect carcasses you sometimes found. Fragile, like she might crack open if you touched her. She was about 1,000,000 years old, the richest woman in town, and a wizard who'd lost some key cards from her mental deck. Spending time with her was about as chancy as sitting in the middle of a bonfire with a crate of cherry bombs on your lap. "More tea, then?" "No, thanks." He looked at his watch. 9 p.m. "Whoa, look at the time. I had no idea." He stood. "Thanks for the tea and all." "In for a penny, in for a pound," Aunt Millie said, waving her hand and shattering glasses all around the room. "I'll walk you out," Leisha said, jumping to her feet. In the foyer, she grabbed his hand. "Sorry, I thought she'd be asleep by now," she hissed. "Guess not." I think she likes you. If only my name was Jasper. Look, I know she's kind of dangerous now, but she's my favorite aunt. She used to take me all kinds of places. Whenever my parents didn't want me around, she'd always take me in. I could have used a relative like that, Jason said, forgetting the usual self-edit. Leisha stood on tiptoes and brushed her lips across his cheek, nearly missing. Bye, Jason. Can't you come out? There must be some place we can go. Leisha glanced over her shoulder. I'd better not. She'd seemed oddly jittery all evening, as if she'd had too much caffeine or something. It was almost like she was glad old Aunt Millie was there to serve as chaperone. As she turned back around, he noticed that her face seemed oddly misshapen. Jason grasped Leisha's chin and turned her face up toward the porch light. She flinched and pulled away. What happened to your face? One side of it was swollen, and he could see bruises under the makeup. It hadn't been apparent in the candle-lit parlor. Leisha turned away from the light. It was Aunt Millie. She took out a wall in the conservatory. I'm afraid we're going to have to put her in a home. Were there homes for wizards with dementia? Seems like you should slip some Weersbane into her tea. She'd be easier to handle if she wasn't always setting things on fire. I've tried that. She can always tell. She paused. Maybe tomorrow we could go to Cleveland or something. Someplace away. Jason shrugged. Maybe. There was nothing else to do but leave, so he left. He walked home through dark streets. They'd been to the park twice that week already. In really cold weather, they hung out at matinees where they were unlikely to be spotted, or went back to Leisha's house, mansion. Usually, Aunt Melisandre went to bed early, but lately she'd had insomnia or something. He hadn't done so much sneaking around since he lived back at home with his dad and stepmother. That seemed like a lifetime ago. It was hard to keep a secret in a small town. He wasn't exactly answerable to Nick or Linda or anyone else except maybe Hastings. He'd just prefer to avoid the lecture if he could. Jack, Will, Fitch, Seth, Ellen, they all hated and mistrusted Leisha Middleton. So why didn't he? Not that he totally trusted her, but there was a reckless intensity to their relationship that appealed to him. She was the only spark in an otherwise dismal existence. Otherwise, he was going through the motions, marking time, contributing nothing. Leisha had had a hard life, in a way. She'd been an inconvenience to her aristocratic wizard parents until her escapades in the trade made her an embarrassment. She was a survivor, but still somehow vulnerable, and she never did anything halfway. He laughed. You are so out of your league, he thought. It was the story of his life. When he arrived home, Linda Downey was in the kitchen, dishing ice cream into a blender. Jason, you're just in time. I'm making milkshakes. Linda gripped both his hands, warming him all the way to his toes. Milkshakes, he repeated stupidly. I'm glad I came. You've got lipstick on your face, she said, reaching up and rubbing it off with her forefinger. He liked that about Linda. She didn't ask hard questions. Then he noticed her suitcase sitting by the door. You're going someplace? She hesitated. I'm meeting Leander in Britain. Right. Well, great. His face burned, and the words seemed to stick in his throat. Bon voyage, I guess. He went to turn away, and she gripped his arm. Seth's in the solarium, she said, looking anxiously up into his eyes. He's been waiting for you. He needs help with something. She nodded toward the back of the house. Right. Probably wants me to shine his shoes. Feeling irritable and uncooperative, Jason went to find Seth. Seth sat next to the windows reading in a puddle of light cast by a single table lamp. Past the patio there was a strip of snowy lawn, then a wall that marked the drop-off to the lake. In the background, the waves crashed in a northwest wind, claiming and relinquishing the beach. Seth looked up and marked his place with a finger. "Jace, where have you been?" Jace shrugged. "Here and there. What's up?" No answer. Seth sat motionless, staring into space, like he'd checked out completely. It was like talking to someone wearing headphones or reading his email at the same time. Jason knew Seth must be monitoring the boundary. "What are you reading?" Jason asked, trying to break in. Seth looked up, a little startled. "AP Physics. We're having another practice test next week." Jason dropped into a wrought iron chair. "Can you really do both those things at the same time?" "I couldn't do one of those things at the same time," he thought to himself. In fact, Seth looked bad, kind of hollow-cheeked and twitchy, and his eyes glittered and burned. "You sound like my mom." As if on cue, Linda appeared carrying 2 tall milkshakes on a tray, and a big bowl of trail mix. She clunked a milkshake down in front of Seth. "Here, see that you finish this. And you can let go of the boundary in a few minutes. Iris said she'd take over at 10. "I'm okay," Seth sat up a little straighter. "I can keep it a while longer. Till I go to bed, anyway." "We've already talked about pushing yourself, Seth. Don't argue." It was one of the few times Jason had seen Seth's mother exerting parental authority. When she went back into the house, Jason said, "She acts like you're an invalid or something." Seth shrugged and looked away. "Yeah, well..." Seth obviously wasn't going to tell him what was going on. Jason tried again. "She seems kind of stressed." Seth sucked down some milkshake and set the glass down. "It's the whole deal with being in charge while my father's away. She'd like to get some more wizards who could watch the perimeter to give us a break, but Snowbeard is worried about trusting anyone new." "You could try me," Jason thought. He didn't bother to say it aloud. "Nick's really fixated on that stuff you brought back from Britain," Seth went on. "Linda's good at managing the other guilds, but wizards always think they should be running everything. Some of them aren't used to taking orders from an enchanter." Seth seemed to be avoiding mention of Linda's travel plans, so Jason said, "And now she's going to Britain." Seth nodded, while watching Jason, as if wary of his reaction. "So she's leaving, and she's worried about leaving me on my own." Seth leaned his head back. His mind seemed to drift again for a moment. Then he said, "You still wearing the Dirna Seifa?" In answer, Jason fished the pendant out from under his shirt. Seth smiled. "Remember when we used to go out into the woods and practice wizardry at the Havens?" Jason didn't particularly want to remember his time at the Havens, especially what had happened to his father. Plus, it just highlighted the magical performance gap that had grown between him and Seth. He found that contrast more and more oppressive. "I taught you everything I knew, which wasn't much, and now you've gone way beyond me. But Linda says you want to ask me something." "I need to ask you a favor." "Which is?" "Someone broke into Maddie's room the other night." Jason waited, and when Seth didn't go on, asked, "Did they take anything?" "We don't know. I looked around, but I couldn't tell if anything was missing." "What's she say?" "I can't reach her. Their phone's disconnected, and her cell phone doesn't work at her house. I emailed her, but I don't know when she'll get the message." Where's this leading? Jason thought. Maybe it was someone who knew she was gone and thought they'd take advantage. They used magic to blow a hole in her door. Seth paused, long enough to let this sink in. Hers was the only room they touched, and she's got nothing to steal. He looked out at the lake. I didn't want her to leave in the first place. It's bad enough if they go after her because of me, but if they know what she can do... What do you want me to do? Go down there and bring her back. I'd go myself, but Snowbeard wants me here. Besides, they'll be looking for me to go. You're less likely to lead them to her. Seth paused and cleared his throat. There's something else. There was something left behind in her room. A painting with a hex in it, targeted at me. It hit me pretty hard. Whoa. Jason stared at him. That explained Seth's haggard appearance then. But if he was handling the boundary, he couldn't be too bad off. Are you okay? I'm fine, Seth snapped. But it was Madison's painting. So Snowbeard thinks Madison may have turned. He muttered this last, as if he didn't want to honor it by saying it out loud. Jason considered this. He'd known there was something off between Seth and Madison, but he still would have said they were crazy about each other. Then again, you had to consider what Seth was competing against. A Claude Dorsey or Jessamine Longbranch could make Madison rich beyond her wildest dreams, rich enough to attend any art school in the country. So he chose the safest response. What do you think? What do you mean, what do I think? Seth leaned forward, practically shedding sparks. It's impossible. She wouldn't do that. Okay. Jason raised his hands to ward off harm. I'm not disagreeing, but still, maybe it isn't a good idea to bring her back here if she may be... Why would she have gone back home if she was plotting something? That makes no sense. Well, if she left you a spell bomb, wouldn't she want to be as far away as possible when it went off? Seth stood, towering over Jason. Power bled from his skin and ran in rivulets to the floor, where it scorched a ring into the flagstones. He looked dragged out tired, but hyper-juiced at the same time. Hey man, will you chill? Jason said. I'm not disagreeing with you, just asking questions. Or is that not allowed? Seth glared at him a moment, then subsided back into his chair, trembling. Gotta tread easy here, Jason thought. He tried to think of something harmless to say. So, does Snowbeard know you're asking me to do this? Seth massaged his forehead, as if to pry loose a reluctant truth. It was kind of Nick's idea. He wants you to go to Colton County and spy on Madison and find out what the story is. Is she in danger, or is she working for the Roses, or what? Is anyone else hanging around down there who might be behind the attack on me? He looked up at Jason. So you can do both. Check on those things and bring her back. He looked away. Either way, if she's working against us, we can't risk letting it continue. If she's not, we can't risk leaving her out there on her own. And what are you going to do if it turns out she has gone over to the dark side? Jason thought. I'm not exactly the go-to person when it comes to wizardry. He shook his head when Seth made as if to disagree. Just don't. Why me? Seth shrugged, surrendering. I can't leave, and neither can Nick. With Madison, it doesn't matter how powerful you are. It's almost a disadvantage to be juiced. He smiled apologetically. Why send a wizard, then? Well, in case there are wizards down there that she's working with. This was killing Seth, Jason knew. And if Jason brought back the news that Madison had turned, he just might kill the messenger. He tried a joke. What if she won't come? My deadly charm won't work on her, you know. Seth didn't look amused. Convince her. He raked a hand through his hair. I know you're back in school, but it shouldn't take more than a couple of days to go down there and bring her back. 3 or 4 days would give you time to scout around and ask questions, I guess." He put his blistering hand on Jason's arm and looked him in the eyes. "Whatever happens, Jace, we need you back here when you're done. We've got some plans in the works that need wizardry, and that's what we're short on." Jason considered this, taking his time. Seth wouldn't send Jason to Madison if he didn't think it was necessary. Otherwise, the risk would outweigh the benefit. And, just as obviously, Jason was more expendable than either Seth or Nick. Should he go? It would take him out of Trinity, though he guessed Cole Grove wouldn't be an improvement. But this might be the opening he needed to break away, to get out from under Nick's supervision and the obligation he felt to Seth. He could do him this one last favor, and then... How would I get down there? I made Madison write out directions before she left. My mother says you can use her car, since she's leaving anyway. Seth grinned, looking more like his old self. Just make sure you bring it back in one piece. Sweet. Linda drove a BMW Z4 Roadster convertible. Though Madison might have to drive her truck back if she wanted to bring more than a toothbrush. The coil of tension inside Jason unwound a notch. It was a plan. He had some money saved up from working at the docks over the past year. He'd retrieve a few magical items from St. Catherine's that might help him in Britain. He'd accompany Madison back as far as Columbus, then send her on. By the time they realized he was gone, he could be back at Raven's Gill. He'd make Hastings take him on. If not, there were other places to go in the world. Other battles to fight. Right. Of course, this only worked if Madison was on their side. Okay, I'm on my way. Draw me a map while I pack my stuff. It was just getting light when Jason parked the BMW in the lot at St. Catherine's. The tiny trunk was already loaded with his clothes and music. Once on his way, he didn't plan on stopping. He hoped to leave town without dealing with Nick or Mercedes. With any luck, they'd slept late. He felt bad about Leisha, but he'd text her to let her know he was gone, once he was on his way. He didn't feel like he could risk an in-person goodbye. When he was settled, he could get back in touch. Using the key he'd copied from Seth's, he descended to the chilly darkness of the crypt and disabled the charms that had been laid over Thomas Swift's unused tomb. The magical pieces were sorted, labeled, and for the most part put away. The dragon heart mocked him from its ornate stand in the corner, awakening a hopeless longing as his weirstone responded. He and Nick and Mercedes had tried everything they knew, but nobody had been able to touch the stone since that day he'd first gone out with Leisha right after Madison had left. He struggled to relate those different events and gave up. If the text from the cave could be believed, they had a weapon of unmatchable power, and they couldn't even get near it. Maybe it'd be easier to accept if he was far away. Maybe he wouldn't feel so barren and empty. He'd take only a few things that Nick and Mercedes might overlook. He ran through the possibilities. He had no need for love stones. That had never been a problem. Nor collars for captives. He planned to take no prisoners. He wasn't about to carry around magic mirrors that weren't reliable anyway. But scrying stones were small and might lead him to what he was looking for. Amulets and talismans were always useful. He lifted one of the magical daggers and weighed it in his hand. That might give him an edge against a more powerful adversary, Dorsey or anybody else. In the end, he chose a dagger, a scrying stone, a talisman for protection, and an amulet that was supposed to give strength to the bearer. He already had the Dirna Sefa given to him by his mother, good for multiple purposes. He slid the chosen items into his backpack and left the rest where they were. When he came out of the church, he skidded to a stop. Leisha was leaning against his car. He should have used the less accessible but more private water gate. Ordinarily, he'd be glad to see her, but he just wasn't in a position to be answering questions this morning. "Back in church again?" She lifted an eyebrow and attempted a smile that didn't quite come off. He shrugged, acutely conscious of the magical pieces in his backpack. How had she found him so quickly? It was early for her to be out. Had she followed him? "Cool car," she said, resting her hand on the BMW. Another question plain on her face. Where the night before she'd seemed antsy and distracted, today she seemed grim and determined, as if she knew he intended to split. Damn. He should have left the car at home until he was ready to leave. He stared at her, temporarily wordless, then said, "A friend let me borrow it." "Take me for a ride?" "I've got to return it, and I'm late already. I'll text you later, all right?" Jason tossed the backpack into the passenger seat and circled around to get in on the driver's side. Leisha reached in and picked up the backpack by its strap. "What's in here?" "Hey, leave that alone." Jason rounded the side of the car and grabbed the backpack out of her hands. "What's in there, Jason? A present for me?" She lunged for the backpack, and he caught her wrists to keep her from latching on again. For a moment they stood face to face, glaring at each other, with the whole town looking on if it cared to. Jason released her hands and took a step back. "Please, Leisha, just... Like I said, I'm kind of in a hurry. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you later, okay? I promise." He got in the car, putting the backpack on the floor at his feet. "Right," she said, and stood chewing her lip, watching as he drove away. What was that all about, he wondered, as he navigated the tree-lined streets around the square. She'd seemed almost angry with him. In the time it took to reach the interstate, he'd lost himself in the pleasure of driving the BMW. Interstate 71 sliced southwest, parting flat farm fields on either side. He cranked up the radio. There wasn't much traffic, so he cranked the speed up, too, reasoning he could always talk his way out of a ticket. He knew he was taking stupid chances, with the invasion of Ravensgill, and with Leisha, and with driving too fast, but somehow he couldn't help himself. When he reached Columbus, he circled around, exited onto Route 23, then again onto another state route, heading southeast into the hills. He watched his mirrors intermittently, but could see no sign he was being followed. He passed through tiny towns, Glen Furnace, Floordale, Salt Creek. He planned to head straight down to Maddie's. These country roads would be easier to navigate by daylight. His phone went off several times. Leisha calling. No message. He shut it off. By the time he reached Cole Grove, it had clouded over and begun to sleet. A relentless, needle-fine, bone-chilling rain that froze on contact. The cloud ceiling dropped until it nearly met the ground. He drove east out of town, Seth's directions beside him on the seat, his backpack on the floor on the passenger side. The landscape looked like it had taken a beating and never quite recovered. He had no idea how it would go at Maddie's. He knew from experience that Madison Moss couldn't be bullied, but maybe she'd be glad to see him, wanting news of Seth, and he could check out her reaction when he delivered it. The road rapidly deteriorated from pavement to oiled gravel. It twisted and turned, but mostly it climbed. A thick second-growth forest crowded in on either side, greening up for spring, punctuated now and then by a rural mailbox fronting a house trailer or a rundown farm. He passed a sign that said, Roper Coal, Colton County Works, pointing down a more substantial side road. And later, a prosperous-looking horse farm with brick gateway pillars and a sign in rope-like script, Bryson Arabians. Somewhere along here was the turnoff to Booker Mountain. Not well marked, Seth's directions said. By now, it was raining harder. After traveling a mile farther, he began to realize he must have missed the turnoff. He did a quick U-turn and drove back the way he'd come. Jason leaned forward, peering through the rain-smeared windshield. He rounded a curve and found the way blocked by a huge tree that lay at an angle across the road. He slammed on the brakes, skidding sideways in the wet gravel. The BMW came to a stop with its passenger door inches from the tree. Jason rested his head on the wheel, his heart thumping in his chest. A tree on the slope above must have lost hold in the saturated earth. It must have just happened, since the way had been clear moments before. Shoving the driver's side door open, he climbed out into the rain on rubbery legs. If he wanted to go forward, he'd have to get the tree off the road. Wizardry was good for making people do what you wanted, or for moving the more fluid ethers like water, air, and flame. He wasn't sure he knew a charm for moving giant trees. Jason yanked the backpack from under the seat. Maybe there was something there that would help. Kneeling on the soggy ground, he sorted through the magical pieces he'd taken from the church. He had a dagger that would inflict a mortal wound on a man, not a tree, talismans of protection that he was unsure how to use, an amulet that gave strength to the weary, maybe he could lift the tree off the road, and a scrying stone that blazed up oddly between his hands, like a warning. There was something else, something unfamiliar, a small, flat metal object. He held it up to the light. There was a faint marking on it, like a stylized etching of a spider. How did that get there? He looked up, just as the car exploded into flames. He rolled backward to keep from being engulfed. Propping up on his elbows, he stared in disbelief. The car was a blazing inferno, hissing and spitting in the pouring rain. Oh, God, he thought. Linda's going to kill me. His next thought was, I'm out of here. As he struggled to his feet, something struck him full in the chest, just beneath the collarbone, hard enough to spin him half around. He clutched at his shirt front, but could find no wound or missile, only an awful spreading cold and numbness. Damn, someone said behind him. I hope that didn't hit too close to the heart. The idea is to immobilize you, not kill you. Jason swung around to face the speaker. It couldn't be. The blonde, almost translucent hair, the pale blue eyes and colorless lips, the lopsided, arrogant smile he hadn't seen since the ill-fated conference at Second Sister. Barber! The smile grew wider. For a minute I didn't think you remembered me. But hey, the friendships we make at school are the ones that last. What are you doing here? I followed you. Of course, I didn't know you'd lead me to the crap hole of the universe. Barber flipped his hand, indicating their general surroundings. What did you shoot me with? It's a wizard graph. A virtual dagger with an effect very much like spider venom. Renders the victim immobile, but leaves the mind clear and able to perceive pain. Great for interrogations. What do you want? To ask you some questions. But first we'll go someplace quiet, where we won't be interrupted. The paralysis was spreading. Jason's limbs were growing heavy. It was getting difficult to push air through his lungs. Questions about what? He mumbled. Even his lips and tongue weren't obeying his commands. Questions about what you're doing down here. About what you stole from Raven's Gill and hid in the church. About the Dragon Heart. We can start with what's in your backpack. Barber extended his hand. Hand it over. Backpack. Jason's body might be sluggish, but his mind was clear. Barber knew Jason had left town. He knew about the church. He knew there was something in his backpack. Leisha. A cold anger seized Jason. You want this? He shouted hoarsely. As he raised the backpack, he thrust his hand inside, closing it around the amulet. Gives strength to the bearer. He muttered a charm, calling forth its power, and felt welcome strength flood back into his body. Slinging the pack over his shoulder, he reached up with the other hand and gripped the Dirna Seifa that hung around his neck. Speaking the familiar, unnoticeable charm he'd learned from his mother, he thrust himself sideways. He landed, rolling in the sodden leaves, but was immediately up and running, slipping and sliding down the hill, the backpack slamming against his shoulder. Barber was a powerful wizard, outclassing Jason on his best day. Unnoticeable or not, it wouldn't be healthy to stay around. Barber was totally pissed. He sent flames roaring down the hillside in Jason's wake, then charged downhill after him, shouting and swearing. "Idiot! Where the hell do you think you're going? Give yourself up or you're going to lie on your back in the mud until you're ripped apart and eaten alive by wild animals." It was hard to understand with all the profanity mixed in, but it was something like that. Jason staggered on. He had no intention of submitting to an interrogation of Warren Barber's devising. Being ripped apart by wild animals seemed appealing in comparison. Besides, he'd been played for a fool, and he would not, could not let them win. Still, it was more than 20 miles back to town, and he had no idea how long the effects of the amulet would last. He knew Madison's house must be somewhere nearby, but he didn't want to lead Barber to her. Realistically, he was dead. At the bottom of the hill, Jason turned left and followed a wide creek through a ravine. Then he began climbing again. He climbed for a long time, following the stream, scrambling over rocks, splashing in and out of the water. Finally, he left the creek and cut over a shoulder of the mountain. By then, he was stumbling, losing strength despite his tight grip on the amulet. He tried speaking the charm again, but this time there was no apparent effect. He was completely disoriented. He had no idea which way it was to town, which way Madison's house might be. His only goal was to keep away from Barber. That was easier said than done. Barber seemed to have an uncanny ability to stay with him. When Jason reached high ground and looked back, Barber was coming. Not following Jason's trail exactly, but moving in the right direction, just the same. Sometimes cutting straight across ravines and stream beds. It was almost as if Jason were sending off some kind of homing signal. Idiot. He shrugged the backpack off his shoulders and half sat, half fell on the ground. Digging through the pocket, he retrieved the mysterious spider stone. It must be a lodestone, placed there on purpose, probably by Leisha outside the church. All Barber had needed to do was follow the stone to track Jason to Colton County and through the woods in the rain. Shivering, teeth chattering, resisting the urge to lie down where he was and sink into oblivion, Jason gripped the low branches of a tree, dragged himself to his feet, and looked around. He'd been following a high ridge. On one side of the ridge, the ground fell away into deep forest, shrouding a series of smaller hills. On the other, he could see the tracing of a road that followed the creek bed. Behind him, he could hear Barber crashing violently through the brush. Drawing his arm back, Jason threw the stone as far as he could out into the valley. Then, he descended the ridge on the opposite side, heading for the road. Hopefully, Barber would follow the stone. There remained the problem of the graph. Jason couldn't go much further. He could try to attract the attention of someone in a passing car. A car probably came by every day or two. As if that would even do any good. They wouldn't have a clue. All they could do was watch him die. He worked his way down the ridge in a kind of stumbling trot. His legs were no longer working reliably. The rain had slowed to a sprinkle, but rivulets of muddy water still flowed down the slope, making the footing treacherous. His breathing was growing labored again. He was conscious of a creeping cold, an inability to control his movements. He blinked away a double image of the hillside. Finally, he overshot a small overhang, tumbled 20 feet, and ended up with his feet in the ditch and his head and shoulders on the berm of the road. He hurt. Barber was right. His ability to perceive pain was functioning just fine. He'd slammed his elbow when he landed and wondered if his arm was broken, but he lacked the strength to turn his head to check for certain. He had no idea how long he lay there before he heard a rumble, and felt a faint vibration beneath him. Thunder, he thought. Then he realized it must be a car coming. Idiot! He was unnoticeable. No one would see him lying by the side of the road, not even when his unnoticeable sun-bleached bones mingled with the scattered remnants of roadkill skeletons. He gripped the Seifa and disabled the unnoticeable charm with his last bit of strength. Then he lay on his back, staring up at the sky, unable even to blink against the relentless drizzle. He had to really focus to remember to breathe. He heard the wet, sucking sound of tires as the car approached. Was he far enough off the road? Would the car run him over? Was he close enough to be seen? He felt the air stir as the car neared, felt the freezing spray as it swept by. Bitter disappointment. He heard a squeal of brakes and caught a whiff of hot rubber. Wild elation. A car door slammed, then footsteps crunched on gravel, and then a voice. "Hey, you okay? What happened? Someone run you over and drive off?" And then moments later, "Jason?" It was Madison Moss. Seconds later, her worried face appeared in his field of vision. It was bronzed a bit. She'd been out in the sun, and her voluminous hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She wore jeans and a plain white t-shirt, different from her bohemian mode of dress in Trinity. No, he thought dazedly. This girl is not hanging with the bad guys. I don't believe it. "It is you. What are you doing here? What happened? Is Seth with you?" It was a cascade of questions, erupting too fast for his failing mind to follow. "Madison," he tried to say, but his lips wouldn't form the syllables. He was struggling for breath, suffocating. Spots swam before his eyes. Barber hadn't meant to kill him, or at least not until after he'd tortured the truth out of him. He must have messed up. Kneeling next to him, Madison touched his chest lightly where the graft went in. "What the... It looks like your chest is on fire." Then she clapped her mouth shut, eyes wide, seeming to realize that he might not find that reassuring. Madison had the ability to spot magic in others, even Barber's deadly graph, apparently. "Don't worry now. Let's just see." She pulled aside his jacket and lifted his sweatshirt to examine the wound. "Gick," he managed, and then, "Gick," again louder, meaning, "We've got to get the hell out of here." She ran her cold hands up his chest until she found the wound and pushed her fingertips into it. He nearly screamed from the pain of it, but then he felt a kind of sucking, a reverse pressure, and immediately the hot burn over his heart eased. And again she pressed her hands against his skin, scrunching up her face as if it was as hard on her as on him. His body lost some of its creeping cold rigidity, and he could swallow his saliva again. She was drawing the magical venom away. Madison pulled her hands back, wiping them vigorously on the weeds at the roadside, shuddering. "Yuck. This is bad, nasty, whatever it is. I'm going to have a devil of a time getting rid of this. At least it's not... Who did this? Where did you come from?" She didn't really seem to expect an answer. Madison stood, hands on hips, and looked up the slope. She seemed very tall and angular from Jason's position on the ground. "I thought maybe you dropped out of the sky, but looks like you rolled down from up there." He managed to croak. "Madison, Warren Barber's here. We've got to go before he sees us." By now, Barber might have discovered his ruse and be heading back over the ridge in time to see what was happening at the side of the road. Warren Barber! Madison had met Warren Barber before, at Second Sister, when she'd put him flat on his back in the inn garden. At least she didn't ask a million questions. "Hang on. I'm going to put you in the truck. Nothing's broken, is it?" Dumbly, he shook his head. His arm was killing him. but broken bones were small change against what Barber would do if he came over that hill. Madison disappeared from his field of view. The truck door slammed, and she was back with a paint-spattered canvas tarp. Sliding her hands under his arms, she tugged him onto it. Then, gripping the edge of the canvas, she dragged him along the berm to her ancient red pickup. The tailgate was down, but the opening seemed a mile away. Jason couldn't fathom how she was going to get him up into the bed. She propped him against the truck. Then she climbed into the truck bed, leaned down, wrapped her arms around his chest, and hauled him backward into the bed. He landed flat on top of her, but she wriggled out from underneath him. "Sorry," she muttered. She hurriedly arranged his extremities to her liking, then tossed the tarp over him, covering him completely. "Sorry," she said again. The truck jounced on its failing springs as she jumped down from the bed, then climbed up into the cab. The door slammed, and the engine came to life. Rain pattered on the canvas over his head. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't know where Warren Barber was, and he didn't know if he'd survive the day. Chapter 15. Along Came a Spider. Jason didn't remember much about the next several days. He felt dry and hot one minute, and cold and sweaty the next. He wrestled with dreams like he hadn't had since the ones Gregory Lester had inflicted on him at the Havens. He dreamed he was back in the woods, and Warren Barber spun out cords from his wrists like Spider-Man, wrapping him into a giant cocoon. He injected poison into him with giant fangs and left him hanging helpless in his web, saying, "I'll be back, and then you'll talk." He dreamed of Leisha and Barber, laughing together at Jason's stupidity and the deft way she'd played him. Jason had never been a magical powerhouse, but he'd always considered himself street smart, at least. Right. Everyone had warned him about Leisha, and he'd ignored them. His only hope was that no one would ever find out what an idiot he'd been. He burned with fever, embarrassment, and hot anger. He'd wake, startled by the sound of his own voice reverberating in his ears, and he wondered what he'd said, how much he'd revealed. Madison was there a lot of the time. She didn't suck out any more poison. Instead, she forced liquids and cups of soup into him. He gripped her hands. In a rare moment of lucidity. "Maddie, don't tell anyone about this, not Seth, not anybody, please." "You are crazy, you know that?" She pressed the back of her hand to his forehead, feeling for fever. "He needs to know what happened. I'm going to go to town and call him soon as I can leave you on your own." He struggled to sit up, flailing wildly under the quilt. "You call him, I'm out of here right now." She lifted an eyebrow. "You gonna hitchhike or what? Now lay down before I club you for a fool. You need somebody who knows about magic to treat you." "I'm much better, really," Madison snorted. Jason groped for an argument. "Look, Maddie, if you call him, he'll blame me for messing up and putting you in danger. One little thing he asked me to do and I blew it. He'll never trust me to do anything again. I'd rather you just shot me in the head." He pressed his fingertips against his forehead for emphasis. She frowned. He could tell she was wavering. "Besides, if you call him, nothing will keep him from coming down here. Meanwhile, everything falls apart up there." "Well," she muttered, looking troubled, "we'll see. If you take a turn for the worse..." He'd gotten to her. Jason smiled and closed his eyes and gave himself up to sleep. The next time, he awoke to find 2 huge yellow dogs crowded in bed with him, one on either side. "Hey," he said weakly, shoving at the one with its head on the pillow, breathing dog breath in his face. The dog opened its eyes and licked Jason's face with an impossibly long black and pink tongue, then went back to sleep. Sometime later, a solemn-faced little girl with straight brown hair set a tray on the floor next to him and sat down with a bump. "Where's Madison?" he asked, drawing the sheet up over his bare bandaged chest, squinting his eyes against the light that snuck between battered rafters overhead. "She had to go meet with her art teacher," she said. This didn't really process. "What art teacher? Who are you?" "I'm Grace Minerva Moss," she said, "Maddie's sister. I made you lunch, grilled cheese and tomato soup," she added, rather proudly. And there on the tray was a paper plate with a slightly charred grilled cheese sandwich cut into 2 triangles, some saltine crackers, a mug of soup, a paper towel, and a can of root beer. He was lying on a mattress on the floor, surrounded by paintings on easels, some unfinished. He recognized them as Madison's work. Heaving a pile of quilts aside, he tried to prop on his elbows, but found his left arm was in a sling. So he rolled to his good side and sat up, raking his free hand through his hair. "Where am I?" he asked, when his head stopped spinning. "You're in the barn. In the loft. Maddie's studio. I had to help Maddie carry you up here. You're real heavy, you know," she added accusingly. He groped at his neck and his hand closed on the Dirna Seifa still on its chain. "Where's my stuff? My clothes, I mean. And I had a backpack." Grace Minerva Moss pointed. He twisted around. His backpack was hanging on a peg on the wall. His clothes were folded in a little pile underneath. It was clean and tidy for a barn, he guessed. His eyes traveled over the ranks of paintings. "Madison paints up here?" "Some. Plus everywhere else." Grace snatched up the paper towel and dropped it on his lap. A hint. He picked up the grilled cheese sandwich and bit into it. It was gritty with carbon, but had that deliciously greasy processed cheese taste. He was suddenly ravenous. "This is great," he mumbled, his mouth full of bread and melted cheese. "Is anyone else home?" "Just my brother J.R. and my mother. She's still asleep." Grace leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "She doesn't know you're here." Jason sucked down some soup, the comforting, orangey canned stuff familiar from when he was a kid. Grace studied him, then extended her hand toward him, stopping a few inches away. "You're all sparkly," she said, looking puzzled. "Like Bryce Roper." Before he could respond, there was a scuffling below, then the sound of wood creaking. Jason stiffened, once again reaching for the Dirna Seifa. A blonde head poked up, as if through the floor. Grace tried to put herself between Jason and the intruder. "John Robert Moss, I told you to stay in the sandbox." It was a little boy. Jason wasn't good with kids' ages. Apparently the brother, J.R. The boy hauled himself up through the floor and turned and sat with his legs dangling through the hole. His face was smudged and dirty, and he wore blue jeans rolled to fit. "What are you doing up here?" "Who's that man?" he asked, pointing at Jason. "Nobody," she said furiously. "You shouldn't be in the barn at all. You know the hay gives you welts. Go away." Jason thought for a moment she might poke him right back down the hole, like a gopher in a cartoon. "I want a grilled cheese sandwich," J.R. howled, seeing the last of Jason's disappear. J.R. did indeed seem to be breaking out in red blotches, all over his face, whether from hay or rage, Jason didn't know. "You already had lunch, and I—" Grace began, but stopped, frowning, head tilted. Then Jason heard it too, the crunch of gravel as someone drove into the yard. "Maybe Maddie's back," she said doubtfully. "But she said it wouldn't be until real late." She stood and carefully circled around the trapdoor to the window on the far end. She peered out, then looked back at Jason. "It's a blonde-haired man, all sparkly like you." Jason didn't need to look to know it was Warren Barber. and he didn't need to think about it to know that a magical duel would be no contest at all, considering the shape he was in. He wished he had the dragon heart, a machine gun, something. Bam, bam, bam. Grace was still watching through the window. He's on the porch, pounding on the door. He looks like he's mad. Jason staggered to his feet and nearly fell. He gripped the wall for support and wondered how he could manage the stairs. Is there a back door? Can we get out of here without being seen from the house? Grace shook her head. There's a ravine. It drops to Booker Creek behind here. The barn door faces the porch. She squinted through the glass. Mama's come out on the porch. She won't be happy to be woke up. She watched a minute longer, then said, They went in the house, him and Mama. Just let him look around and leave, Jason prayed. Just let Mama keep her mouth shut and not mention Madison. Can't I be lucky for once? You two go on, get out of here, Jason said to the kids. Just run as far as you can out into the woods and stay there until someone comes to get you. Is that man after you? Grace asked. Is he the one that hurt you? Yes, now go on. Jason slumped back down onto the mattress and put his head between his knees, trying hard not to barf the grilled cheese and soup. He was going nowhere. I'll hide up here. It'll be easier if it's just me. Grace folded her arms and tapped her foot in a familiar stubborn way, just like Maddie. He'll look in here for sure. Will you go already? If you stay here, you'll give me away, Jason said. I promised Madison I'd take care of you, Grace said. She looked out of the window again. He's coming. Jason swore under his breath. Even if he made himself unnoticeable, there was convalescent crap all over the place. It was very obviously a sick room, just what Warren Barber would be looking for. Barber would be expecting an unnoticeable charm after what had happened in the woods. Maybe he'd even brought glitter powder along to ferret Jason out. Jason slid himself back into a corner, gripping the sofa. Come here, he said to Grace and JR. Squeeze in next to me. I can hide all of us with magic. He tried to sound confident, but who even knew if it would work, sick as he was? Magic? Grace rolled her eyes. There's no such thing. I'm not stupid. She looked from Jason to JR, her brow furrowing in thought. I know. A smile broke, the first he'd seen on her. She turned to her brother. JR, get in that bed. Pretend you're asleep. With two older sisters, it seemed JR was used to taking orders. He slid obediently under the quilts. By now, his eyes were swollen to slits and he was scratching himself vigorously. Hide, Grace said to Jason. Great. She thinks we're playing hide and seek. Hand me that backpack, he whispered. Then keep still, and maybe he won't come up. She handed him the backpack and sat down on the mattress next to JR, waiting. Jason fumbled the zipper open and groped inside until he found the dagger he'd brought from Trinity, seemingly a century ago. Sliding the blade from its sheath, Jason gripped the knife in his good hand, crouched back in his corner, and murmured the unnoticeable charm. Maybe he'd be lucky for once. Hey, JR said in a stage whisper, peeking out from under the blanket. Where'd he go? Grace clapped her hand over his mouth. Hush! Hinges screeched as the barn door opened beneath them. He could hear Barber walking back and forth below, cursing violently, kicking stuff out of the way. Jason held his breath. Then he heard the stairs creak as they took Barber's weight. No, he couldn't be lucky. Not even once. He gathered his legs under him. Maybe the kids would distract Barber long enough to give him a chance. It was a magical dagger, after all. Maybe a scratch would do the trick. Grace gestured frantically at Jason. You have to hide better than that. He's going to see you. Jason's overtaxed brain struggled to make sense of it. He was unnoticeable. He was sure of it. unless, in his debilitated state... Barber's head and shoulders appeared through the opening in the door. He was trying to look everywhere at once, obviously anticipating an attack. "Hi," Gray said promptly. "Are you Howie? I didn't think you were coming." Startled, Barber raised his hands to throw a charm, almost losing his balance and falling backward down the steps, which would have been great. But he caught himself and said, "What the... Who the hell is Howie?" "The new sitter. He was supposed to come today. I told Mama I could babysit my brother all by myself." She pointed at JR. "He's sick. We're playing hospital. Want to play?" "No, I don't want to play," Barber growled. His clothes were dirty and torn. He was scratched and scraped up, like he'd been searching through the woods for several days. "I'm going to have a look around." He heaved himself to his feet. "You seen any strangers around here?" "You mean besides you?" Geez, Jason thought. Don't antagonize him. Barber glared at her for a minute, then kind of relaxed, as if he figured she was too young to be an actual smartass. "Yeah, besides me. I'm looking for a guy about my age, about my height, too, but thinner. Dark hair, streaked blonde. He wears an earring." Barber touched his earlobe, in case she couldn't figure it out. "Why are you looking for him?" Grace asked. "I think he might be hurt. That's why I'm looking for him, to help him." Barber bared his teeth in his blood-curdling smile, pale eyes glittering with malice. He apparently took Grace Minerva for an idiot. He didn't seem to notice Jason in his corner. "I haven't seen anybody. We haven't been allowed to go anywhere since my brother got sick, 'cause it's catching." Grace pretended to spoon soup into the pretending-to-sleep John Robert. Her hand shook a little. Barber stomped around the room, peering into the rafters, shoving aside farm equipment and inspecting spaces too small for Jason to fit in. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pouch, and dumped something into his palm. Glitter powder. Barber suddenly flung the powder into the wrong corner, and it floated down, shimmering in the shafts of sunlight, revealing no one. "Hey," Grace said, uncertainly, glancing at the corner Jason was hiding in. "What's that stuff?" Barber ignored her, continuing to stalk around the room, flinging powder. Just a little closer, Jason thought, and I'll have you before you have me. Maybe. Barber paused before one of the paintings, studying it, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. Uh-oh, Jason thought. It was the inn at Second Sister, silhouetted against the dying sun, perched on the rocks overlooking Lake Erie, site of the ill-fated conference. Barber frowned as if trying to remember where he'd seen it before. "Who's the painter?" he asked. "Me. Be careful that glitter stuff doesn't get in the wet paint," Grace said. "Now sit up, Johnny, so I can give you your medicine." John Robert obediently sat up, and Barber got a good look at his swollen eyes and red welts. "What's wrong with him?" Barber demanded, taking 3 steps back. "It's real catching," Grace said, pretending to daub John Robert with a rag. Barber looked horrified. "Why? What's he got?" "Chicken pox," Grace shrugged. "He was vaccinated and everything. I guess it itches like crazy. Mama says I'll probably get it too." As if on cue, JR sneezed wetly. Barber retreated hastily to the steps, then took one last narrow-eyed look around the studio. "You sure you haven't seen anyone?" "Mama won't let anyone in since we're contagious," Grace said importantly. "I'm real surprised she let you in." Ha, Jason thought. He'd be glad to visit the chicken pox or any other plague on Barber after what he'd done to him. Maybe Leisha'd catch it from him. Barber couldn't leave fast enough. Jason heard him descending the steps, banging out through the barn door, then his car starting up. Jason waited until the sound of the engine had died away before he slumped back against the wall, trying to gather enough strength to make it back to his makeshift bed. That was lucky he didn't see you, Grace said, glaring at Jason. Why didn't you hide? Well, Who are you talking to, Grace? John Robert erupted out of the quilt. Where did that man go? Jason looked from Grace to John Robert, back to Grace. He disabled the unnoticeable charm. John Robert flinched back, but Grace didn't react. Ah, Jason thought. Elicitors may be rare, but they come in bunches. Chapter 16. Arrivals and Departures. After the trauma of lunchtime, Jason slept most of the afternoon. He half awoke twice to the sound of car engines, Madison's mother leaving for work, and Madison arriving back home. He woke up a third time when she switched on the light. Hey, she said softly, sitting on the edge of the mattress. How are you doing? I've been better, he said. He managed to sit up. One of the yellow dogs was sprawled across his feet. His chest wound had been seeping, and his t-shirt was stuck to it. He pulled it away from his body, gritting his teeth at the pain. You? I'm good, she said, fussing with the bedclothes, smoothing them down. She wore faded blue jeans and an embroidered white cotton shirt and multiple necklaces looped around her neck. Her hair was pulled back into a loose braid, exposing long, dangly earrings. So Barbara was here. She had this way of getting right to the point. He nodded. Grace saved the day. She was amazing. She's not afraid of anything. Madison nodded. She's fearless, all right. It's scary sometimes. You never said she was an elicitor, too. Madison froze in mid-fuss, her eyes fixed on the quilt. What are you talking about? She is not. Madison, hello, it's me. She's not, she repeated louder. Have you told her? When Madison said nothing, he shrugged. Guess not. She doesn't seem to know anything about magic. She finally looked up at him, her eyes darkening to a deep water blue. She is not in this. Yet. Never. Madison was like a person who presses her thumb over the hole in the dike while the water gushes through all around her. You can't tell anyone. Maddie, it was just dumb luck that Barbara didn't figure it out when he was here. That's why I have to stay out of this thing, to protect her. Then, all of a sudden, she was crying. Tears streaked down her face, and Jason cast about for something, anything to say. Hey, listen, Madison, It's been hell around here, you know that? Her voice rose, and the dog stirred and opened his eyes. Last year, somebody was setting fires all over the county, and everybody blamed it on us, saying we're witches. Kids were teasing Grace at school. Her best friend's mother told her to stay away from her. It got vicious. When I left, that finally died down. She sniffled a little and dabbed at her eyes. I was happy in Trinity. Then second sister happened. I can't get involved with this. If they find out about Grace, my family, they're all I've got. And now I've brought Barbara down here, Jason said, thinking of Leisha. I'm really sorry. Do you think he'll be back? Jason shrugged. He's probably just checking everywhere close. I doubt he'll be back unless he finds out you live here. That would be too much of a clue. It still says Booker on the mailbox, Madison said. Everybody knows who lives here, though, she paused. So what does Barbara want? What are you doing here? I came to find out if you're working for the Roses, Jason thought of saying. Or I came to spy on you. Or I came to drag you back to Trinity, willing or not. Not that he was in any condition now to do that. So, of course, he said none of those things. Barbara's looking for the Dragon Heart. I guess he thinks I have it. But you don't. She slid a sideways glance at him, trying to act casual. Is it still in the church? Yeah, he said. She still wants it, he thought. Any luck using it? Figuring it out? He shook his head. He thought of saying, no, the thing bites me every time I try and lay a hand on it. But he didn't say that either. He still had hopes. We've got the rest of the stuff pretty much sorted. They both fell silent, checking each other out like candidates for the same job. So, he said finally, you met with your art teacher? She nodded distractedly. My teacher from Trinity College. I met her in Columbus so she could look over what I'd done so far. She was there for an opening. So what did she say? She stared at him for a moment, then reached forward and grabbed the front of his t-shirt and pulled his face perilously close to her. Jason Haley, you did not drive all the way down here to ask about my homework. And she gave him a little shake. Easy. I'm an invalid, you know, he said, and she let go of him. I came because someone broke into your room at the Legends and tore it all up. He watched carefully for her reaction and got basic bewilderment. Why would anyone do that? There's nothing there to steal. It was a wizard, Jason went on. Seth thought it might have been the roses. The roses? Why would they break into my room? They might be trying to find you, Jason suggested. You sure there wasn't anything there worth stealing? And then, on impulse, asked, Did you leave any of your paintings behind? Madison turned a kind of skim milk color, revealing freckles Jason hadn't even known were there. Paintings? Well, Jason stared at her. It's not a hard question. No, but, she swallowed hard. I don't think I left anything. Why do you ask? Well, Seth took a look around, but he couldn't tell if anything was missing. Now Madison looked positively panic-stricken. Seth was in my room? Well, yeah, he and Nick. Seth and Nick. What were they doing? How did they get in there? Madison leaned forward. I guess Rachel asked Seth to come over. Actually, she thought maybe you two had a fight and he trashed your room for revenge. Madison laced her long fingers together. Did they mention seeing any paintings? Damn, Jason thought. I don't believe it. She's totally guilty. She knows that painting was bad news. But if she meant for Seth to find it, why is she acting so freaky? Was she going to give the thing to somebody, some co-conspirator? Did she have a plan for it, and now it's messed up? If it's messed up, do I want her to know it's messed up? Jason. Madison was staring at him, biting her lip, waiting for some kind of response. Acting on instinct, he shook his head. No, he didn't say anything about a painting. Why? Is one missing? No, Madison said. Just wondered. She was absolutely hopeless as a liar. There was something wrong with this whole picture of Madison as secret agent or assassin. Like maybe he'd put the puzzle together by forcing the pieces in a way they were not meant to go. They avoided looking at each other. Finally, Madison spoke. So, you came all the way down here to tell me about a burglary. Well, pretty much. Jason cleared his throat. Seth wants you to come back to Trinity. He'd like to keep a better eye on you. Well, that was true enough. What? She sat down on the floor next to the mattress, wrapping her arms around her knees. Did anyone think of asking me about it? He doesn't think it's safe for you to be down here on your own. I'm sorry, Jason, but I really don't think anyone's out to get me. Well, no, not if they're co-conspirators. Another puzzle piece jammed into place. I'm safer here than there anyway, Madison went on. If someone could break into my room with Rachel on guard, they could do anything else they wanted, too. If a stranger showed up in Coal Grove, he'd be noticed in a hot second. The only wizards I know of in this whole county are you, Warren Barber, and Bryce Roper, and Barber followed you down here. Jason blinked. Grace had mentioned that name. Who's Bryce Roper? A jerk and a liar. He lives at the base of the mountain. He has horses. She seemed to think that was word enough on Bryce Roper, whoever he was. Jason turned and dug in his backpack, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He looked up to find Madison glaring at him. What? You think I'm going to let you light up in a barn? Oh. Sorry. She snatched the cigarettes away from him. Matter of fact, this entire mountain is smoke-free where you're concerned. Huh? But Madison had that mulish look on her face again. Look, I'll smoke in the yard. I'll smoke in the woods. I'll smoke in the freaking outhouse. Whatever you want. He extended his hand. She stuck the cigarettes in her jeans pocket. If you think I'm going to let you poison yourself after all the yick I went through to save your life, you are a crazy man. She made a face and wiped her hands on her shirt. Fine, he said. I'll smoke twice as much after I leave. He paused. So, are you coming back with me? Madison stood and began to pace, flinging her hands out as she talked. I can't just pack up and leave. Judge Raglan released Grace and JR on condition that I'm here to watch them. If I leave, the county will take custody again. Jason sighed. He knew this wouldn't be easy. And if Madison was conspiring with someone, it was a tough call whether it was better to bring her back into the sanctuary where they could watch her, or to keep her at a distance. The ban on attack magic didn't seem to work in her case. But he still didn't understand how she could put a hex in a painting if she wasn't gifted. If she was working for the Roses, though, wouldn't she be hot to come back to Trinity so she could get her hands on the Dragon Heir? Realizing she was waiting for a response, he said, So what are you going to do? It was no use to try and force Madison into anything. Wizardry would do no good on her. And in his present condition, he couldn't very well carry her kicking and screaming to the car, if he had a car. Look, Madison said, if I don't get this portfolio done, I'll lose the whole semester, and the kids are dependent on me. I can't go tearing back to Trinity because of a break-in. Seems like I'd be heading for trouble instead of away from it. Madison waited, twisting a lock of hair between her thumb and forefinger. When Jason didn't respond, she said, How is Seth doing? Cranky as hell. He misses you. I thought he'd be feeling better, with me out of the way. Jason stared at her. He'd decided a long time ago that girls had this totally warped worldview. This just confirmed it. He's crazy about you, Madison. Why would he be feeling better? I told him he should get out of Trinity. I warned him. I told him it was going to end up bad. By now, Jason's paranoia was in overdrive. Did she know it was going to end up bad because she had inside information? He won't leave, Maddie. They don't have anyone else. She stared down at her hands. I am coming back. When I get things settled here. In the meantime, I'll lay low. Right. Like she could lose herself in the teeming crowds of Coal Grove, Jason thought. Seth won't be happy. The argument was wearing him out. The cold pain in his chest had returned. Was he ever going to be back to normal? When you get back, you tell Seth to stop worrying about me and take better care of himself, Madison said. I'm not going back to Trinity, Jason said, without thinking. Damn. He was an idiot, trying to play his complicated game with his head still swimming from the effects of the poison. Where are you going? Back to England. He paused, then brandished the only weapon he had, the one he would never use. So, no one needs to know about Grace, and no one needs to know I'm here. He met Madison's blue eyes straight on. He needed time to recover, and he didn't want them sending someone down to interrogate him in the meantime. Her eyes narrowed and her mouth tightened into an angry line. Fine. It's your funeral. Exactly, he said, smiling a little, trying to diffuse the tension. What am I supposed to tell Seth? He's expecting to hear from you. If he asks, tell him I never showed. Madison's eyes went wide with shock. If he asks? Jason, he'll think you either ran off or something happened to you. Jason beat back a wave of guilt, knowing Seth deserved to know about Barber at least, but Jason would be staying a while, in case Barber came back. Right. Last time a 10-year-old saved your butt. Trinity would be safer for you, you know, Madison said, as if reading his mind. Safer for me, but not for you? He paused, and when she couldn't come up with an answer, added, Anyway, I'm not looking for a hideout. She stood. Still, you better lay low in case Barber's looking for you. He'd better worry about me looking for him, he called after her. When the door closed behind her, he settled gratefully back against the pillows. He wasn't afraid of Warren Barber. He just needed to rest a bit and get back in shape. If Madison were involved in some kind of conspiracy, he couldn't very well leave Seth at her mercy. But Seth would never believe anything bad about Madison without evidence. Since he had to hang around Coal Grove for a while, maybe he could find out for sure whose side Madison Moss was on, and who she was hanging with, and who this Bryce Roper was. Perhaps, if he just closed his eyes. Madison threaded the pickup between the twin brick pillars that marked the entrance to Bryson Farms. Pristine white fencing marched away in both directions, marking the boundary of the Roper property. She navigated the long drive, past the Greek Revival mansion, and around back to the horse barn. A body would never know this whole thing was built on the backs of coal miners. The horse barn was freshly painted red. 4 dapple gray Arabians with velvety black noses poked their heads over the paddock gate. In the pasture beyond, crocus and snowdrops poked up between patches of snow. This is a farm out of a romance novel, she thought. I'll bet the horses don't even crap in their stalls. As she turned toward the house, she saw 3 riders emerge from the woods at the far end of the pasture. Grace rode a high-stepping, fine-boned bay mare. Bryce came along behind, on a big-boned black gelding, and John Robert on a small dapple gray. When Grace saw Madison, she applied her heels to the horse's side and came flying across the pasture. Her hair streaming out like a banner, reining to a hard stop just in front of Madison. "Grace," Madison said, waving away the dust that boiled up around the horse's feet. "Don't be a show-off." Grace's cheeks were flushed with excitement. "Maddie, this is Abby. Well, that's her barn name anyway. Her registered name is Barbary's Abby Ann. She's so sweet. Bryce says he's never seen her take to anyone the way she—" "Where have you been?" Grace blinked at her. "Why, we rode up to the old furnace." "That's on our property. You had no business taking him up on the mountain." She tilted her head toward Bryce. Bryce reined in next to Grace. He'd been setting his pace to John Roberts. "It's my fault. I asked her to show me the waterfall." "Like you haven't snuck up there on your own before now." "Why do you always have to be so mean?" Grace stage whispered to Madison. Bryce just rolled his eyes and swung gracefully down to the ground. Grace dismounted too, then stood uncertainly, clutching the reins. "You can go on up to the house," Bryce said. "Mike'll look after the horses." Grace didn't move. "Mr. Raglan always said you should take care of your own horse." "I won't tell anybody." Bryce lifted John Robert out of his saddle and set him on the ground. "I could have got down by myself," John Robert protested. Bryce patted him on the shoulder. "You and Grace go ask Sylvia for some lemonade and cake. Madison and I will be up in a little while." "No," Madison said quickly. "We can't stay. I have a lot to do and I've wasted most of the day already." "Oh, come on," Bryce said impatiently, gripping her arm. "Don't rush off. Sylvia made a 7-layer chocolate cake. It'll break her heart if there's only me to eat it. Besides, I want to show you something." "Let go of me," Madison ripped her arm free. "When are you going to learn to keep your hands to yourself?" Bryce shook his head in disbelief. "What's with you anyway?" he demanded, as if she were being totally unreasonable. Meanwhile, Grace and J.R. stood there awkwardly. "Chocolate cake, Maddie?" J.R. said wistfully. "This won't take long," Bryce said. "I promise, okay?" "Fine," Madison said. "Let's get this over with." Why couldn't she make Bryce Roper sick instead of Seth? It was only fair. After all, Bryce made her sick. Bryce led her along the fence line on the far side of the pasture. Someone had laid a cobblestone path and planted lemon thyme between the stones. The path angled into the woods, into the chill of the shade. They followed a small stream, some minor tributary of Booker Creek. They finally broke out of the woods and into a small clearing overlooking the river below. It was centered by a small cedar and stone cottage. Though it appeared to be fairly new, it had an abandoned look. The surrounding meadow was thigh-high in winter-charred thistle, blackberry, and tree seedlings. The view was breathtaking. Far below, the river wound between steep banks. The hills rolled away to the south and east, smoky blue and green and gray where the snow had worn away. "What is this?" Madison whispered, knowing there must be a story. "This was my mother's studio." Bryce led her around the building. The whole front was glass, embracing the crinkled land beyond. Bryce opened the front door with a key. The front room was a soaring space with thick beams bracing the roof far above, skylights between. There was a kitchen and dining area at the rear of the house, and a spiral staircase to what must be sleeping quarters above. Like the meadow, it had a neglected look. The furniture was covered with canvas drop-cloths, and dust glittered in the sunlight that poured through the skylights. "You know my mother's an artist too," Bryce said. "After my parents divorced, she moved to New York City." Naturally, he assumed Madison knew the story about the nasty divorce, the new young wife, which naturally she did. The Ropers were the royalty of Colton County. "My stepmother doesn't come up here." He was cool, matter-of-fact, with no element of judgment in his voice or expression, unlike Madison. She'd spent her whole life judging people against her personal set of standards. She was great at holding grudges. She should get a prize. She stood at the window looking down over the valley. "Very pretty," she admitted. "But why'd you bring me here?" "I thought maybe you'd want to use it." She swung around. "For what?" "For painting. Gray says you've been painting like a fiend." "Why would I want to come here? I can paint at home." Why was Grace telling Bryce Roper anything? He shrugged. "It's a great space and it's going to waste." "Just because you've got something doesn't mean I want it." He stepped closer and stood looking down at her. She tried to step back, but came up against the window. "We could deed it over to you." "I have a house. What do I need with two?" You don't need a run-down ruin on top of Booker Mountain, Bryce said. Mr. McCartney says you'll own the mountain in a few months. You know my father wants to buy it. He'll give you a good price for it. A great price, in fact. You'll be rich. Wow. Sounds like a dream come true, Madison said. Encouraged, Bryce pressed on. So you can stay, or you can get out of this dump of a town entirely. You can go to art school, wherever you want, and after you graduate, we could help set you up. My mother knows people. She has gallery connections in New York and Chicago. So, how would you get the coal out of Booker Mountain? He blinked up at her, surprised at the change of subject. Carleen let my father drill some test holes. The seams are close to the surface, so he'd probably take the top of the mountain off. Mountain topping, they called it. And drop it into Booker Creek? He nodded. Most likely. Then they'd follow up with some auger mining to get at the lower seams. They really won't know until they get in there. You sound like an expert. Yeah, right, he said with surprising bitterness. And your dad and Carleen worked this all out together? Well, I guess they talked about it. A hint of uncertainty crept in. Just preliminary, you know. And then they handed you the job of talking me into it. Bryce cleared his throat. Well, it seemed like a win-win for everybody. A win-win. Madison stuck her hands into her jeans pockets and rocked back on her heels. Answer me this, she said. Did Carleen know you were going to set the shed on fire? She'd surprised him. He'd underestimated her, and so for a moment, the truth showed plain on his face. I don't believe this, she whispered, shaking her head as if she could somehow say no to betrayal. Bryce recovered, regained his smile. I don't know what you're talking about. Your daddy wanted to buy Booker Mountain, and Carleen wanted to sell. Only problem was she didn't own it. So they figured that if it looked like the kids were in danger, the county would take custody. And if the county took custody, then I'd have to come home. Then you could work on me and persuade me to sell. I bet you can be very persuasive. I bet no one ever says no. Maddie. So, Daddy offered Carleen some kind of cut, and you set fire to the shed and hung out until Grace and John Robert tried to put it out and then took them down to town. Now tell me, what would you have done if one of the kids had been hurt? Maddie, listen, don't you call me Maddie. My friends call me Maddie. Your problem is you think everyone else is an idiot. Don't you think I had plans for this summer? You sit down here with your fake farm and your Sylvia will be heartbroken when Sylvia probably wouldn't care if you took her 7-layer cake and nailed it to the barn door. Bryce looked like he'd just taken a severe blow to the head. What? What's Sylvia got to? Because Sylvia has a life, aside from being your housekeeper, and I have a life that doesn't involve sucking up to you. So if you think you're ever going to get your hands on Booker Mountain, you better think again. That got his attention. You're nobody. He looked at her as if she was something he'd scraped off his shoe. 5th-generation inbred trash. But when I ask you out, you have the nerve to say no, like you're too good for me, when you've been with every other guy at the high school, he snorted. Correction, she'd been asked out by practically every other guy at the high school, and said no. But that didn't stop them from talking. The only reason you still have that mountain is because nobody ever wanted it before, he went on. Carleen's totally pathetic, but at least she understands the way things work. You leave my mother out of this, Madison said, which was pretty stupid when you thought about it. I'd rather be who I am than who you are, ripping the tops off of mountains, poisoning streams, crapping all over the land and never cleaning up your own mess, bowing and scraping to your daddy who'd run over a kitten on his way to the bank. You better watch your mouth, I'm warning you. Bryce swelled up with power, like a kind of magical toad disguised as a male model. Her mouth had gotten away from her again. Not that Bryce didn't deserve it, but the last thing she wanted was to have him try wizardry on her and raise more questions. She stared out the window, fighting for control. Are we done here? She turned toward the door. We'd better get back to the house. Bryce was on her in 3 quick strides. He grabbed hold of her upper arms, stinging fingers biting into her flesh. We're not done here. We're going to settle this. He clumsily slammed power into her. It was meant to cause pain, meant to be a quick, convincing jab, but it was a far cry from the elegant delivery she was used to. Then, his smile slid away, his eyes widened, and he reared back, struggling to free himself. Finally, drained dry, he crumpled to the floor and lay, face up, arms flung out in front of him like he was trying to grab onto something he couldn't reach. Madison leaned over him. There's something else you don't know about me. I'm not afraid of wizards. She turned and walked out of the studio, leaving him lying on the floor. So much for hiding out, she thought, as she made her way back down the path. So much for laying low. It would be nice if, for once, you could think something and not say it out loud. Who else did Bryce know? And who might he be talking to? When she arrived at the house, Grace and John Robert were sitting at the dining room table, stuffing down big slabs of chocolate layer cake and tall glasses of lemonade, garnished with mint sprigs, lemon slices, and with lemon sugar on the rims. Like poor folk, invited up to the big house. John Robert's face was smeared with frosting and enthusiasm. Try this cake, Maddie, it's awesome! I'm sure it is. Madison avoided looking at Sylvia, who was hovering nearby. But, you know, I can't eat chocolate cake and lemonade together. Makes the lemonade taste sour and the cake too sweet. Finish up now, JR, we have to go. Where's Mr. Roper? Grace asked. He's up at his mother's old studio, Madison said. He decided to stay a while. Mr. Roper says I can come back and ride Abby whenever I want, Grace announced, daintily blotting her lips with her napkin. I think Mr. Roper's changed his mind, Madison said. Grace dropped her fork onto her plate with a clatter, thunderclouds gathering on her face. Why? What did you say to him? Madison hesitated, then decided to go with the truth. Mr. Roper's daddy wants Booker Mountain. I said no. He's kind of mad about it. Where would we live if he took the mountain? J.R. asked around his last bite of cake. That's one of the problems, Madison said. That's why I said no. We could move someplace else, Grace suggested. I don't think that's going to happen, Madison said. On the way up the mountain, Grace commented that Bryce Roper was kind of a jerk, but he had nice horses. Madison told her that there was no such thing as a free ride. Chapter 17. Strong-arm Tactics. Leisha felt like the outside man in a crime scene stakeout. She'd sat in her car in the far corner of St. Catherine's parking lot all morning, watching the custodians patch a hole in the asphalt. The new blacktop steamed and reeked in the noon sun. There was little traffic in and out of the church at midday on a Monday. She'd been in the church a half-dozen times herself, had spoken to the frumpy woman in the church office, to the priest, and the nerdy altar boy after Mass, had enticed them to the garden, where at least she could use persuasion. They'd shared all their pathetic secrets, but it was clear they knew nothing about magical artifacts. She'd searched the sanctuary, but turned up nothing. If the dragon heart was there, It was hidden securely behind magical wards. Churches were like saunas. They made you sweat and flooded all your magical pores. It was a relief to be outside. Leisha's new plan was admittedly sketchy. She'd wait until one of the Weir showed up, then follow them into the church and see where that led her. If the church surveillance turned up nothing, she'd have to contemplate more direct action to find the location of the Dragon Heart. Maybe she was wasting her time. Jason could have taken the Dragon Heart with him when he left. Maybe Jason was dead, and Barber already had what he wanted. Jason. She'd had no choice, she told herself. Barber wasn't playing around. The beating he'd given her was just an introductory offer. Dorsey had tried to kill Barber, and failed. She couldn't run away because Barber would use the torque to kill her if she left the sanctuary. As long as she wore the torque, Barber knew just where to find her, and only he could take it off. No choice. She'd be dead by now if she hadn't given Jason up. She stared glumly out at a world that seemed gray and colorless without him in it. She wished Barber would contact her, just so she'd know. A battered old Jeep pulled into the lot, and a familiar figure vaulted out, not bothering with the door. It was that awful Ellen Stevenson, who'd hooked up with Jack after Leisha broke up with him, who'd slimed her with hot fudge at Corcoran's that one time, who'd turned out to be the Red Rose Warrior and conspired with Jack to destroy the Covenant at Raven's Gill. Definitely a person of interest. But Ellen didn't go into the church. Instead, she cut across the parking lot and headed into the woods between the churchyard and the lake. Strange. Leisha slid out of the car and crossed the lot, trailing after Ellen. Ellen followed a wood-chip path that snaked north toward the lakeshore. The warrior walked fast, and what with her long legs, Leisha had to move at a trot to keep up. The path was narrow, and briars caught at her clothing and tore at her hair, while Ellen put more and more distance between them. Leisha crashed along behind, giving up on trying to move silently through the forest. If she'd planned on hiking, she'd have worn flats. As it was, she'd probably catch poison ivy. Eventually, the path emerged into a small clearing, studded with stickers and small bushes. No sign of Ellen. Leisha pivoted to scan the meadow, then froze as something cold touched the back of her neck. "You looking for me?" Leisha turned to see Ellen on the other end of a very long sword that pressed into the base of Leisha's collarbone. "Hey," she said, taking a step back. "Careful. Do you know how hard it is to get blood out of silk?" "Won't be a problem if you're dead," Ellen replied, then looked up over Leisha's head and smiled. Not reassuring. Leisha carefully turned, and there was Jack, packing his own big sword and wearing a nasty expression. "Oh," Leisha said. "Well, excuse me. I didn't mean to intrude on your woodland rendezvous." "You're not intruding," Jack said. "In fact, you're the guest of honor." Leisha felt the first pricklings of panic, but tried to keep it off her face. "I was thinking of hunting renegade wizards," Ellen shrugged. "You up for it, Jack?" "I'm game." Leisha couldn't help noticing that he had a surprisingly wicked smile, and he used to be so nice. "We want to know what happened to Jason," Ellen said, "and what part you played in it." "I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't seen Jason for days." "Jason's disappeared," Jack said. "Well, that's a shame. But why ask me about it?" Jack glared at her. "You two have been hanging out." "Have not?" Ellen's blade pressed into her throat again. "Okay, fine. I hang out with a lot of people." She conjured up her most patronizing expression. "I mean, it's nice of you warriors to be worried about Jason and all, but I think he can take care of himself." "Jason's our friend," Ellen said, "and we're wondering who you're working for. What makes you think I'm working for someone? You're a traitor. Traitors are always in it for the cash. Ellen looked down her long nose at Leisha. Still, it's hard to believe anyone our age would be such a mercenary. That's what she was. A mercenary. She'd sold Jason out. No matter how many times she told herself she'd had no choice, still, it wouldn't do Jason any good if she got kicked out of the sanctuary and Barber ended her pathetic life. Leisha drew herself up to her full height, which, to be honest, wasn't that impressive. The warrior still towered over her. I don't answer to you. Now why don't you run along and hone your weapons or rattle your swords or whatever warriors do in their spare time? Whoa, Ellen said. Good thing we're here in the sanctuary, where attack magic doesn't work. Otherwise, I'd be wetting myself. Sliding her giant sword into its case, she reached for Leisha. From force of habit, Leisha spoke her immobilization charm, knowing as she did so it was useless. And it was. Crap. Ellen gripped her wrists, bending her arms painfully behind her back. Jack lifted the tip of his sword so it rested at the base of her throat. Jack smiled. One thing you can say for magical swords, even in the absence of magic, they retain a certain functionality, which couldn't be argued with, really. So what's up, Leisha? Jack said. Why are you still here? You wouldn't hurt me, Leisha said, which ordinarily would be true. Jack was so the heroic type, unless he was angry. Angry warriors could lose control. Who knew Jack and Jason were so tight? Then there was Ellen, who was twisting her arms, practically yanking them out of their sockets. Ellen wouldn't hesitate to hurt her. She still held a grudge about Leisha and Jack. No attack magic. It was unfair. She couldn't help Jason. Wherever he was beyond reach, and if Jack and Ellen knew she'd played a role in his betrayal... But she could give up Warren Barber. She hated Warren Barber's guts, and all his other parts. Besides, traitors were not known for giving their lives for their employers. Okay, she said. Ease up. What would you like to know? In answer, Ellen pushed Leisha down to her knees in the tall weeds, still keeping hold of her wrists. Tell us about Jason, she said. I'm not sure what happened to him, but I can tell you that Warren Barber was involved. That was perfectly true. Warren Barber? Jack looked totally blindsided. I thought he was dead or something. Leisha shook her head. Nope. Unfortunately. Why would he go after Jason? Ellen asked from behind. Leisha knew she should choose her words carefully, but it was hard to think. Barber knew that Jason stole some things from Ravensgill. He wanted to get them back. How did he... What gave him that idea? Ellen demanded, releasing Leisha and circling around in front. Because Leisha had told him, of course. Dorsey must have told him, Leisha said, rubbing her arms and rotating her shoulders. Jack squatted in front of Leisha. Why does Dorsey think it was Jason that snuck into the Gill? I guess Jason ran into Dorsey's son on his way out, Leisha said. Jack and Ellen looked at each other, then back at Leisha. What was it that Jason supposedly stole? Ellen asked. Magical stuff. So Barber's working for Dorsey. He's working for himself. She took a breath. He has the covenant, you know, the one that makes Dorsey king for life. What? Jack swore under his breath. Barber has it? Ellen sat back on her heels. How'd he get it? He took it from Second Sister in all the confusion. Jack squinted at her suspiciously. What good does it do him? Does he really want to answer to Claude Dorsey? I think he sees himself as more of an equal partner. So why haven't they consecrated the agreement then? Ellen asked. Leisha shrugged. I don't know. But Barber wanted to find Jason. How do you know all of this? Jack asked. He wanted me to help, but I refused, of course. Right. Ellen swept her hair off her forehead. He might have found out Jason was leaving the sanctuary and intercepted him. So if Jason was carrying the stuff, Barber has it. If not, he probably knows where it is by now. He can be very persuasive. Leisha resisted the temptation to touch her collar. Any idea where Barber is? Ellen asked. Nope. Leisha stood, brushing at her clothes. Don't say thanks or anything. Jack seized her by one arm and Ellen by the other. Where are you staying, Leisha? Ellen asked. You know where. With my Aunt Millie, at Shrewsbury Commons. Why? Let's go get your stuff. Why? What do you mean? Jack and Ellen said nothing, but began manhandling her back toward the parking lot. Oh no. I'm not leaving the sanctuary. I can't. Not after what I've already told you. Barber will kill me. Just make sure you're far away from here when he does it, Jack suggested. Look, you can't kick me out of the sanctuary. It's open to everybody. We're changing the rules, Ellen said. Too much riffraff coming in and ruining the small-town ambiance. Leisha tried to dig her heels in, but the two warriors simply picked her up and carried her. It was humiliating. Leisha kicked and squirmed and swore. I won't forget this. You'll be sorry. She tried releasing persuasion into them, but they dropped her to the ground, then picked her up again when she was done. In no time, they were back at the parking lot and maneuvering her toward the Jeep. Okay, fine, you win, Leisha said, in a voice that made heads turn across the street. She wrenched free of their grip and slumped against the side of the Jeep, breathing hard and scared to death. If she betrayed Barber, she'd be dead in a heartbeat. But she had no choice. Again. All right, she said. You let me stay in the sanctuary, and I promise I'll give you Barber. Chapter 18. Mind Burner. Dystroph turned his collar up against the raw breath of the lake, knowing he must be getting close. He had no need to consult the scrap of paper in his pocket. He'd memorized the address and the description of the house. Stone Cottage, it was called. He'd been told that the boy was likely to be alone. His natural wariness had been aroused, however, by the fact that Long Branch was offering an astoundingly generous stipend for a supposedly easy target. The job had its challenges, of course. It was said that attack magic was forbidden within the sanctuary, but then murder was likely forbidden also. He fingered the blades in his sleeves and smiled. A scratch from any one of them would suffice to cut the thread of life that was often so strong in the young. He turned up Lake Street. It was paved in brick, its wrought iron gas lamps casting pallid pools of light into the darkness. As an assassin, he was fond of dim historical districts. The houses to the right were waterfront, and some of them had little signposts labeled Land's End and Sunset House, Sailor's Rest, Dry Dock, and Snug Harbor. Excruciatingly cute. Dystroph disapproved. That must be it up ahead, an actual stone cottage set amid a rather unkempt garden overlooking the lake. The porch light was on. Dystroph walked around the house, securing the perimeter with magical barriers to prevent escape. Then he turned up the walk, negotiating the uneven pavement. Perhaps the boy would actually let him in. But there was no answer when he rapped on the door. Ah, well, no need to delay their meeting. It was a thick oak door, but a precisely targeted charm slammed it off its hinges. Would the boy be asleep? He thought not. Boys of that age liked to stay up late, didn't they, playing video games and whatnot? He secured the doors behind him, then began to search the rooms downstairs. The boy was not in the kitchen. the parlor, the dining room, the pantry, or the study. Just then, he heard movement in the back of the house, and a banging noise, like someone trying to force open a window. Ah, Distroph thought. He followed the sound. At the back of the house was a solarium, probably a lovely room in daylight. The wall overlooking the lake was entirely of glass. Waves pounded against the rocks below, and there in the dark, silhouetted against the rising moon, was the boy. He turned when Distroph entered the room and stood facing him. Distroph gathered light into his hands and tossed it down on the floor between them. It flared up, illuminating the boy's angular features, shadowed eyes, and tangle of dark hair. He was dressed in a t-shirt and blue jeans, and still wore the big-boned, coltish look of adolescence. It was him. Distroph was sure of it. "Joseph Macaulay?" he inquired. "Who are you?" "Relax, Joseph," Distroph said soothingly. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to kill you." It was an important distinction, but most people didn't seem to find it reassuring. Sometimes at this point they tried to run, but Macaulay didn't, which Distroph appreciated. Chasing down prey was not his style. "Who sent you? The roses?" Macaulay's voice rose a little. He was a boy, after all. "Is it important?" "To me it is." "Then yes. The white rose. Dr. Longbranch." The boy nodded, filing the information away as if he had a future. It was unusual for one so young to have so many enemies, but these were turbulent times. Palming one of the knives, Distroph glided forward, considering possible targets. The pale column of the boy's throat, the arms that poked out of his short-sleeved t-shirt. "I assure you, you won't feel a thing. I'm very good at what I do." "Don't do this," Macaulay said, his hand still at his sides. "I'm warning you. Not begging. Warning. Ah, the arrogance of the young. Please. I'm not impressed by threats and theatrics. It's just business, you know. Nothing personal." The boy adjusted his stance, preparing. The green eyes darkened to the color of deep water in shade. Flame coalesced about his spare figure and spattered onto the tile floor. Distroph forced back a trickle of doubt, then came on. When only a few feet divided them, the assassin struck like a snake, seizing the boy's left wrist, meaning to drag the poisoned blade across Macaulay's exposed forearm. Distroph gasped and nearly let go when the heat from the boy's skin seared his fingers. The boy grabbed his other wrist, his blade hand. Distroph was stronger, but Macaulay made no attempt to shake free the knife or turn it toward his attacker. Instead, he poured in persuasion, a hot river of magic that filled the tributaries of Distroph's mind, driving memory and will before it. How peculiar, Distroph thought. And then there was nothing else but the boy's voice, and he didn't think anything more. Jack and Ellen found Seth in the garden, on a bench that overlooked the water. He sat rod straight, his hands on his knees, gazing out toward the lake. He looked whipped and dangerous, like a frayed electrical wire sending off sparks. Lately, they often found him in the garden, despite the cold, as if he used this setting to clear his mind for magical activity. Besides, he was probably hot enough to heat the whole lakeshore. He turned his head and watched as they descended the path toward him. His face seemed unnaturally pale, and he looked like he'd slept in his clothes. "Hey, cuz," Jack said, lifting his hand in a kind of salute. He had the sense that Seth was not at all surprised to see them. It was a little unsettling. Something crunched under Jack's foot. "Hey," he said, scanning the ground. "There's broken glass everywhere." "Yeah," Seth said. Guess I need to clean that up. Jack looked around. Where did it all... Geez, what happened? He pointed to the solarium window at the top of the cliff. The glass had been smashed out, as if by a massive fist, leaving the room open to the elements. Seth glanced up at the ragged hole, then back at Jack. Somebody jumped, he said, shivering a little, his eyes wide and haunted-looking. Who jumped? What are you talking about? Ellen sat next to Seth to put her hand on his shoulder, then yanked it back, sucking on her fingers. Ouch! You're really juiced, you know? The Roses sent another assassin last night, Seth said. He rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. He had knives. I told him to leave, and he went through the window. He's in the lake. Jack dropped onto a stone bench, unsure what to say. How many is that now? Seth shrugged. 3? No. 4. This has got to stop, Ellen muttered. One of these days they're going to get lucky. Maybe you need a bodyguard, Jack said. Seth's head came up. And who's going to do that? We're spread thin enough as it is. The lake wind stirred the trees overhead, and the light played across his face. There was something about his eyes. Have you heard from your mom? Jack asked. She and Hastings need to know about this. No, Seth said. Haven't heard anything from her or Hastings. Don't know how to reach them. He paused. Nick knows what happened. He came over last night after. His voice trailed off. This is crazy, Jack thought. Some sanctuary. If you want to kill someone badly enough, you'll manage eventually. How'd it go with Leisha? Seth asked abruptly, obviously wanting to change the subject. It was great, Ellen said, pulling off her gloves. We were bad cop and bad cop. We put on a lot of pressure and she caved. We think, Jack added. You could never tell with Leisha. Does she know where Jason is? She says she doesn't, but it turns out everybody who's anybody knows Jason was at Raven's Gill. Dorsey, Warren Barber, God knows who else. She says if Jason's missing, Warren Barber's behind it. Barber said he was going to get the stuff back from Jason. Warren Barber? Seth squinted at Jack. What's Barber got to do with any of this? I haven't seen him since Second Sister. And how does he know Jason was at Raven's Gill? Jason was spotted. And Barber and Dorsey are partners now, Jack said. Partners? Seth shed his distracted look. What are you talking about? But wait, Ellen murmured. There's more. Barber has the Covenant, Jack said. Leisha thinks he took it from Second Sister. Seth looked from Jack to Ellen. If he's working with Dorsey and he has the Covenant, why haven't they consecrated it? Ellen shrugged. Leisha doesn't know. But everybody's trying to get back what Jason took out of the Gill. They looked at each other wordlessly. Why do you suppose that is? Jack said, finally. Well, Jason said the Dragon Heart was supposedly a weapon that could control the guilds, or destroy them, Ellen pointed out. That'd be a good reason. How do they know that? Jack persisted. Jason said he dropped the book in the Gill, but... So, Seth broke in, Leisha is working for Barber? Ellen shrugged. She was, but now she says Barber will kill her if she leaves the sanctuary. Leisha's been hanging around the church, Seth said. Do you think she suspects where the stuff is? If she does, you know she's been in and out of there already, Ellen said. I hope your wards did the job. Seth stared at her a moment, then stood and crossed the terrace, snatching up a metal goblet from a tray on the garden wall. Raising it to his lips, he drained it, then set it down. He closed his eyes and concentrated, body rigid, lips moving silently. After a long pause, Seth opened his eyes. There are 15 wizards within the boundary, including Leisha. Barber's not here. The crypt at St. Catherine's is secure. His eyes glittered green and gold, his pupils pinpricks of light. Except for a few things Jason took a week ago, before he left for Colton County. That makes me think he was planning something. Jack blinked at him. You're on duty? You can tell all that from here? Always before, Seth had been semi-functional when monitoring the magical barrier. I'm not just maintaining the boundary. I'm watching the whole sanctuary. Hastings taught me how to do it. And then, as if Jack had asked the unspoken question, Seth added, I found a way to deal with it. Ellen picked up the goblet and raised it to her nose, sniffing, then glared across at Seth. This, she said, waggling the cup, is a bad idea. What is it? Jack took the cup from Ellen and passed it beneath his nose. A prickly heat ran up his neck and exploded through the top of his head. It was like sticking a finger into an electrical outlet or chugging brandy. What is it? He repeated, a little breathlessly. Seth remained silent, so Ellen answered for him. Alf Alling. Roughly translated from the Anglo-Saxon, it means burning mind. The common name is wizard flame. Where did you get it? Mercedes had some, Seth said, shoving back his sleeves as if overheated. She gave this to you? Ellen asked, lifting an eyebrow. Not exactly. I used to help her out with her extractions, you know. I know where she keeps her stuff. You're not going to keep using it. Seth twitched irritably, his hands opening and closing at his sides. I don't use it all the time, only when I'm on duty. It lets me watch 100 things at once. I can see a leaf fall in the park and keep tabs on Leisha Middleton and track an assassin when he's stalking me. I'd be dead by now otherwise. Plus, I'll know if anyone messes with the stuff in the church. What's wrong with it? Jack asked Ellen. The name is fairly literal, Ellen replied. Mind burner. Wizards get addicted to it to the point that they can't function without it. Use it long enough and you go insane. How do you know so much about it? Jack asked. Paige and Wiley were into performance enhancers. They used to dope me a lot when I was in training. Simon Page was warrior master for the Red Rose and Ellen's old trainer. It's just till the war is over, Seth said, leaning against the wall. When exactly will that be? Ellen demanded. It's been going on for centuries. Does Hastings know about this? Or Linda? Jack asked. No, and they'd better not hear it from you. They're counting on me to handle this, and I will, whatever it takes. Seth never raised his voice, but it was clear from the set of his shoulders that this issue was non-negotiable. Usually wizard power, when it was noticeable at all, was a subtle thing. Seth was so hot, the air around him shimmered and his arms trailed flame like iridescent wings. Ellen shook her head. Doping will ruin your body, you know that? That's one of the reasons the Weirland died off. Look, I'm not an idiot. I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary, Seth said. It's just that I haven't been entirely myself ever since that thing with the painting. Painting? What are you talking about? Jack said. Seth looked like he wished he hadn't opened his mouth. I ran into a hex. In a painting. That's all. As if he thought that would shut off the questions. What paintings? Where? Jack asked. What kind of hex? Ellen wanted to know. Seth sighed. I thought Nick would have told you. It was in one of Madison's paintings. It kind of knocked me out, made me really sick. But I'm getting better. I just need a little help right now. How would a hex get into one of Madison's paintings? Ellen sat down on the swing, kicking off with her feet. I never heard of that. Who knows, Seth said. How could a hex work here in the sanctuary? Jack asked. Seth shrugged. Nick thinks it might be some kind of elicitor thing. Ellen planted her feet, bringing the swing to an abrupt stop. Hold on. He thinks Madison did it? He's just throwing out possibilities. We don't know. Madison wouldn't hurt you, Ellen said, with conviction. I hope you're right, Jack thought. In wizard politics, you always have to watch your back. Seth rose and began pacing. I still don't get it. Madison says Jason never showed. Something must have happened to him on the way down there. But we're the only ones who knew he was going. Well, Jack said reluctantly, he has Linda's car. Is it possible he might have just taken off? Seth swung around. What? It's no secret he's been wanting to go back to England, you know, and... Jason wouldn't do that, Seth said dismissively. Okay, Jack thought. If Madison had hexed Seth, was it possible she had something to do with Jason's disappearance? Jack knew better than to voice that theory aloud. What about Maddie? Ellen asked. Is she coming back? Seth shook his head. She says she can't. Not now, anyway. Jack thought it best to change the subject. So what do you think we should do? About the assassins, I mean. Everybody seems to know about the Dragon Heart, Seth said. I can watch for magical activity and do something if I see it, but anybody can walk into my house and try and kill me. Or walk into St. Catherine's and walk out with the Dragon Heart. There's always the chance they'll get away with it. That'd be a trick, Jack said. None of us can get near the stone without getting slammed. Plus, isn't the crypt totally warded? Too many things I didn't think could happen are happening, Seth said. Like the hex. Not that it's done us any good so far, Jack pointed out. The Dragon Heart, I mean. And the sanctuary is open to everybody, technically speaking, Ellen said. That's going to have to change. They both turned to look at Seth. We need to change the way we handle security in the sanctuary. How do you mean? Jack asked. Seth released a long breath. Wizards are collecting like vultures. The White Rose, the Red Rose, the unaffiliated. The Dragonheart must be drawing them here. It's like something woke it up, and now it's sending out a beacon. Wizards are constantly in and out of town, like they're looking for something. I'm using mind magic to keep them away from the church, like when Leisha was poking around in there today. It's delicate, though. If I'm too heavy-handed, it'll draw their notice. If I lose focus, they'll be into the church in no time. Meanwhile, I always have to watch my back. Nobody wants to close the perimeter, but I don't think we have a choice. He ran his tongue over his cracked lips. I just can't do this much longer, and there are other things that need attention. As long as there was hope that no one knew about the loot from Ravensgill, fortifying the boundary would have only tipped them off. I think we're past that. But how can we do that? Jack asked. It's a town, not a fortress. I mean, people commute to Cleveland and everything. We still let the Anawir come and go. It's risky, but we can't help that. We build a weir wall that will keep the gifted out. We'll get the sorcerers involved. Mercedes can be in charge. She's good with materials. We establish a gate with gatekeepers. He looked up at Jack and Ellen. That would probably be the warriors, living and dead. Isn't Mercedes tied up with the artifacts at the church? Ellen asked. We've cataloged everything we've been able to classify. There are still a few mysteries, but we've kind of run into a dead end. Jack eyed Seth. I still don't see how that would work. I'm responsible for security within the sanctuary, Seth snapped, and I'm going to do whatever I have to. Jack spoke into a dead silence. You're in charge of security? Says who? Hastings. He handed the responsibility to me, and I'm going to do my best to see it through. Why you? Jack raised his hands in preemptive surrender. Not that I'm disputing his choice or anything. He's been working with me all summer, Seth said. Well, when he's been here, him and Nick, teaching me how to monitor magical activity within the sanctuary. And now that Linda's gone... No offense, but why not Nick? Jack asked. He and Hastings talked about it and decided it should be me. Nick's got other things to worry about, I guess. He's acting chair of the sanctuary board since my mother left, and he's still working on the things in the church. Seth glanced up at Jack and down at his hands. I don't really want it, he whispered. I feel like it's an impossible job, but if I mess up... He shuddered. Jack shifted in his chair, remembering how Aunt Linda had handed him the knowledge of his warrior destiny, then left him to sort it out on his own. What does Nick say? We talked about the wall, if that's what you mean, and he's on board with that, especially after last night. He hesitated. You know, Nick doesn't look so good. I'm wondering if his age is catching up with him, or if his staff breaking had some kind of effect on him. Nick's okay, Jack said too quickly. He's just working too hard lately. It'll be way easier once we get the wall up. I won't have to do so much scanning, and we can boot out and keep out violators. Seth flexed his hands. I just wish we had more wizards to help. We could really use Jason back again. If... Seth's voice trailed off, as if he didn't want to make their worries come true by speaking them aloud. No wonder Seth's so stressed, Jack thought. I know Madison's been writing to you and all, but maybe we should send somebody else to Colton County, to see what's going on, he said. Except it's kind of like one of those horror movies where they keep sending people to check on the missing guy, and they keep disappearing. Can't we wait on the wall until Hastings comes back? Ellen suggested. By then we'll be out of school. Why are we talking about high school? Jack wondered. At this point, it's pretty far down on the list. We can't wait any longer, Seth said. Like I said, there are 15 wizards in Trinity at the moment. Any of them could be spies or assassins, and only 3 are on our side. Chapter 19. Boundaries. The doors and windows of Trinity College's McAllister Chapel shimmered with magical wards designed to exclude the uninvited. The portraits of James and Mallory McAllister frowned down from the walls as if disapproving of the proceedings. There were probably 300 people spread among the pews, disappointingly few, Seth thought, and they were mostly Anna Wizard Weir, sorcerers, seers, enchanters, and warriors. The elected board sat down front, the wizard Iris Ballingame, the seer Blaze Highborn, and the sorcerer Mercedes Foster, of course, plus the enchanter Akana Moon, who'd been with them at Second Sister. After her experience there, Seth was impressed that she was willing to sit as representative again. Nick had insisted on bringing Leisha Middleton, who sat off to one side. A small group of unfamiliar wizards sat together at the back. Conversations in a dozen languages reverberated around the room. Shimmering ghost warriors in period dress slouched up the side aisles and peered down from the balconies. Well, we have the votes at this point, Seth thought. What we need are sorcerers to sign on to this project. He glanced down at the notes on the scrap of paper in his hand. Let's begin, Nick murmured, touching Seth on the shoulder. The old wizard shuffled to the podium and gripped it with both hands. Guild friends. Conversations died away. Thank you for coming, Nick continued. Most of you know me. I am Nicodemus Snowbeard, acting chair of the Board of Governors of the Sanctuary, in Linda Downey's absence. We've met as a board to discuss matters such as the development of emergency housing and language programs, to mediate disputes and so on. But tonight, we are here for a different purpose, to discuss a change in security procedures for the sanctuary. He paused, scanning the room for questions, then continued. Recently, we have seen an unusual influx of wizards into Trinity. They may be innocent tourists, they may be spies, or they may intend to make off with our arsenal of magical weapons. We don't know. But redirecting them requires constant vigilance. What magical weapons? Demanded a twitchy-looking wizard in the back. Where are they? Why weren't we told? Wizards, innocent tourists, bah! A young French seer in the front row said. A rumble of assent followed. We should expel them all before they knife us in the back. Ellen stood. I've got more reason to hate wizards than most people, she said. But we need wizards to fight wizards. And they've got a plan. I think you should listen to it. She glared at the crowd until the grumbling subsided, then sat down quickly. All right, Nick said, taking advantage of the lull. Seth Macaulay has agreed to coordinate security matters for the sanctuary. He'll answer any questions you have. Seth mounted the steps to the stage and sat down in a folding chair on stage. Conversations rose on all sides, beating against his flame-sensitized ears. He's just a boy, said one of the wizards in the back, looking down his long nose at Seth. Why is he handling security? Are things that desperate? He's Hastings' son, the twitchy wizard muttered. He's bound to be juiced. Juiced is one thing, the first wizard snorted. Experience and common sense quite another. A third wizard, a youngish woman with Asian features, shushed the other two. Didn't you hear what he did at Second Sister? She hissed. Dueled 12 wizards at once and killed them all. Like I said, Felicia, no common sense, the first wizard said. He's a wizard, Seth heard one sorcerer say to another, and he's going to be protecting Deanna Weir? Great, Seth thought. Everybody already has an opinion. He looked out over the crowd, making eye contact with several people he knew. Mercedes winked at him, and he relaxed a fraction. So, Seth said, as most of you know, some of us have been, standing guard since then to make sure the rules written at Raven's Guild hold here in the sanctuary. But it's been harder lately, because of all the intrusions. They aren't intrusions, the long-nosed wizard said. The sanctuary is open to all. We have to change that, Seth said from his chair on the stage. Lately, wizards have been swarming in. If we leave the sanctuary open, there's a chance the balance of power will be tipped in favor of the Roses. With things as unstable as they are, we could be overwhelmed before we can mount a defense. What do you have in mind? The Asian wizard asked. Seth straightened and met the wizard's eyes. We're going to put up a weir wall. There was an instant uproar. He'd expected it. Weir walls were controversial. They were first used during the Wars of the Roses to ensnare wizards. They were mostly the work of sorcerers, but some wizards, like Barber, had the skill as well. Many wizards considered them foul play. What kind of weir wall? One of the sorcerers finally asked, shouting above the hubbub. And who's going to design and build it? Great question, Seth said, relieved it was a question he could give to someone else. Mercedes? Mercedes Foster strode up to the podium and glared out at the weir. Give the boy a chance, she shouted. He didn't ask for this job. He deserves your thanks, not your criticism. He's trying to save your sorry butts. The noise diminished somewhat. Where's Hastings? Longnose demanded. And Linda Downey. Seems like they created this mess. They should be here to handle it. Looking back to the good old days, are you, Randolph? Mercedes said, acidly. When wizards ruled the guilds? It was certainly a lot more efficient, Randolph retorted. If you don't like it here, Leave. Mercedes turned away from him, waving a sheaf of papers in the air. I've agreed to coordinate the building project, but I'd welcome input from anyone experienced with this sort of thing. I've made a map and some preliminary sketches. It's a traditional curtain wall that selects for Weir. Nobody'll get stuck in it if that's what you're worried about. You can come and go through the gate. Anna Weir can pass freely. So the Anna Weir can pass, and not us? Randolph said, vainly looking around for allies. Who's going to staff the gate? Jack stood. The Warrior Guild has agreed to stand watch at the gate, he said. Unless you have a better idea? Randolph settled back, still fuming. He had nothing. Just so you know, Jack, Iris said, some of the merchants around the square have been complaining about ghost warriors bivouacking on the green. Well, actually, the Anna Weir think it's some kind of reenactment group. They've been hanging out in campus bars, playing cards, flirting with patrons, and getting into fights. Well, they are soldiers, Jack said, shrugging. I'll check into it. I guess I can move them off the green and up into one of the more remote parks. The building of the wall will require considerable magical labor, Mercedes said, firmly turning the topic back to the matter at hand. The board has already voted to proceed, but we need volunteers to help. Sorcerers and wizards primarily. When are you planning to start this? One of the sorcerers asked. Tomorrow morning, Mercedes replied. I have a sign-up sheet here. Anyone willing to help should see me. She glanced at Nick, and he nodded. That's it. The meeting's adjourned. Wizards and sorcerers lined up to volunteer for wall work. Seth was surprised to see Leisha among them. When she was finished, she walked over to where Jack, Seth, and Ellen were waiting for Nick. She looked almost cheerful. This is cool, she said. I like the idea of a wall. We don't want just anybody coming in here. If you're talking about Barber, you promised you'd help us find him, Jack reminded her. Otherwise, you might be the one on the outside. Leisha immediately looked less cheerful. I know. Only, I'm still trying to figure out how to get him to come into the sanctuary. He's not going to come in here, Seth said, especially with the wall going up. Whatever we think about him, he's not stupid. We're going to have to go after him on the outside. Well, Leisha said, fussing with her hair. How about this? I could set up a meeting with him, and you could be waiting with a dozen wizards. We don't have a dozen wizards, Seth said. If I went after Barber, Nick would have to stay here. Besides, I think we want you right there with us, Ellen said. You know, just in case there's a double cross or something. Leisha clasped her hands together, looking a little panicked. But I'd really rather not leave the sanctuary, she said in a small voice. If you try and back out of this, you'll be leaving the sanctuary in a hurry, Jack said. You said Barber knows something about Jason, and we want to know what he knows. Okay, Leisha snapped. I said I'd do it. I'll figure something out. Chapter 20. The Trader. Warren stood in the second-floor window of the warehouse and scanned the empty street. He checked his watch for the 4th time. You'd think she'd learn. Well, she'd pay, one way or another, for being late. Leaning against the window frame, he lit another cigarette, careful where he flicked his ashes. The place was a fire trap for sure. Many of the old buildings in Cleveland's warehouse district had been rehabbed into studios, restaurants, and bars. Not this one. It was decrepit, still littered with trash, abandoned industrial equipment, and barrels of God knows what. He could hear rats scurrying around when he lay down at night, and he made sure he put out wards to keep them away. There was no sanctuary for Warren Barber. He felt twitchy, uneasy. The stench of betrayal was all around him, stinging his nostrils and crawling over his skin. Assassins had come after him twice now. Both times he'd escaped, but his luck couldn't hold out forever. They were sent either by Claude d'Orsay or by the servant guilds in Trinity. Either way, Leisha had talked. So Warren had left his apartment and moved into this place 3 nights ago. After he met with Leisha, he'd move again, though if Leisha came through as promised, maybe he wouldn't need to. The day before, Leisha had called to say she'd finally found where they'd hidden the Dragon Heart, along with the rest of the things stolen from the Gill. She'd wanted him to meet her in the sanctuary, but he wasn't fool enough to fall for that. She'd tried to make a deal over the phone, but Warren demanded that she meet him here to talk terms, and from this vantage point, he could see if she brought anyone with her. Traitors, he snorted. They always thought they were in a position to negotiate. If she was telling the truth, things might work out after all. It had been stupid bad luck that Jason got away before Warren had a chance to interrogate him. Warren had sweated it, worrying he'd never get the information he needed. But now things were back on track. Once he had the Dragon Heart, he'd have no need of d'Orsay. With the Covenant and the Dragon Heart, wizards would flow to his banner. He'd make the rules. There'd be no more skulking in back alleys, watching for death over his shoulder. If Leisha showed, she'd bring the goods. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare leave the sanctuary. She'd want the collar removed. As if that would ever happen. Hunted as he was, he needed someone to do his bidding. Slave Leisha. He wasn't ready to give her up. Something was moving on the street below. Warren focused, feeling the proximity of the collar. He leaned into the opening, careful of the broken glass on either side. It was Leisha. She passed under a mercury vapor light on the side of the building, her shadow stretching out in front of her, a backpack slung over her shoulder. He looked up and down the street. She seemed to be alone. It was funny when you thought about it, a teenage girl walking alone in this neighborhood at 2 a.m. Any mugger who thought he saw an easy target was in for a surprise. She reached the warehouse and turned aside, passing under him to the entrance. Warren slid through the window and descended the fire escape into an alley. Once again, he looked up and down the street, alert for betrayal. There was nobody. As he entered through the side door, Leisha was spinning around, flames spattering out in all directions. He flung himself backward, throwing his shields up, then realized he was not the target. Blue Blood Leisha was frying rats. "Hey, be careful with that. You'll burn the place down." She swung toward him. "As if that would be a loss. I can't believe you asked me to meet you in this dump," she said. He relaxed a little. It was Leisha, all right. "Funny," he said. "People keep trying to kill me. This place seems safer than my apartment." "Really?" "Darn. Well, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to in case somebody tries again." She unslung the backpack, setting it on top of a barrel like it was made of glass. "Okay, I brought it all. The Dragon Heart and some other stuff. Only be careful. It's really powerful and hard to handle. They've been having trouble controlling it, I guess." "Where'd you find it?" "They had it hidden under Macaulay's porch." "How'd you find out it was there?" "I bribed someone." "Good work, Leisha. I'm proud of you." She shifted from one foot to the other. "I was wondering, what happened with with Haley? Did you find him?" Good, Warren thought, crossing one problem off his list. Haley is history. Never called, never wrote, never came back, and snuffed Leisha Middleton for ratting him out. He must be dead after all. "Yeah, I did find him, as a matter of fact," Warren said, smiling. "Why do you ask?" Leisha bit her lip. "Just wondered is all," she whispered. Don't tell me Leisha Middleton is growing a conscience, he thought. That would be inconvenient. But she pulled herself together and checked her watch. "Look," she said coldly, You asked for the Dragon Heart and I delivered. Now take this thing off and I'm out of here." She slid her forefinger into her neckline and lifted her chin, exposing the glittering torque. Warren laid his hand on the bag. "You expect me to take your word for it?" "See for yourself. The Dragon Heart's in the velvet bag on top. I'd rather you not mess with it until after I leave in case you set it off." "Nuh-uh." He shoved the backpack toward her. "Show me." Hissing with irritation, Leisha unzipped the backpack and pulled out a velvet bag with a drawstring. She worked free the knotted ties. Then she flung the pouch at him. He leaped to the side and hit the floor, rolling. When the pouch landed, it exploded into a shower of carbon black powder, like coal dust. Yemund Bana, Mind Slayer, meant to knock him out in an instant. Leisha was more agile than he'd given her credit for. She backflipped out of range of the powder explosion and scrambled madly for the door. He could have used the collar. He could have used an immobilization charm, but some things are best done directly. He charged after her, 3 long strides, and then tackled her, bringing her down on the floor under him. Her head bounced hard on the battered wooden floor. He threw up a shield in time to turn an immobilization charm and a gout of flame, pinned her hands to keep her from scratching his eyes out, then sent a little disciplinary flame through the collar. She screamed and thrashed around, trying to rip her hands free. "You scheming little double-crossing traitor," Warren muttered. "What did you hope to accomplish?" And then, understanding flooded in. "Who are you working for now? Dorsey? Long Branch? Macaulay?" He could have gone down a whole long list, but just then the front door shattered, spraying them both with wood splinters and hardware. 2 tall figures stood in the empty doorframe. One had a wicked sword in his hand, the other didn't need one. A warrior and a wizard, side by side. It was Jack Swift, looking like a muscle-bound action hero, except for the Trinity soccer t-shirt and blue jeans. And Seth Macaulay. Leisha was right when she said he was scary. He was scarcely recognizable as the naive blue blood who'd arrived at the Havens. He was taller than Warren remembered, thin and angular and intense, as if he'd outgrown his weight. He wore a black hoodie and jeans, and his pale face and green eyes were framed in a tangle of curls. You could see Hastings' blood in him, distilled down and concentrated. Lester had been an idiot not to spot it at the Havens. Warren rolled to his feet. He reached down and grabbed Leisha by the arm and hauled her up in front of him, pressing his fingers into her carotid, where a whisper of power could stop the flow of blood. "They made me," Leisha said, flinching at the sting of his fingers. "Sure they did," he muttered. He followed that with the classic, "back off or the girl dies," wondering if they'd care. Swift scanned the room for other enemies, then focused back on Warren. "I guessed that we'd run into each other again, sooner or later. I should have killed you the last time I saw you." Right. He should have. But Jack Swift had been too noble to cut the throat of a helpless enemy, which was why Barbara was totally going to win. Macaulay extended a hand and muttered a charm, and Leisha went limp in Warren's arms, immobilized. Clever. Warren could still choose to kill her, but he'd have to drag her body around with him if he wanted to keep using her as a shield and hostage. He tried the counter-charm, but it went nowhere. Macaulay's magic was wicked strong. Warren was getting sick of it. How many times was he going to have to face off with him? "Put her down, Barber, and let's talk," Macaulay said. "We want the Covenant, and we want to know what happened to Jason." The Covenant. Jason Haley. You couldn't trust a traitor with any kind of secret if someone else made a better offer. "I don't know what you're talking about. Leisha asked me to meet her here, said she had a proposition. Then she attacked me." Right. Swift feinted with the sword, and Warren turned, keeping Leisha between himself and the warrior's blade. But it was an exhausting business, and Warren wasn't exactly fast on his feet. "Don't be stupid," Warren said. "She's a traitor, remember? She'll say anything if she thinks she can turn a profit." "Lucky you're here to set us straight," Macaulay fired an immobilization charm, and Warren lunged sideways to avoid it. Swift rolled fireballs off the tip of his sword, spinning them past Warren's ears. Leisha just wasn't big enough to provide good cover. Warren countered with a wizard graph that barely missed nailing Macaulay. But then, the boy wonder whipped off 3 charms in answer, and Warren knew this was a battle he couldn't win. His only advantage was that they probably wanted him healthy enough to interrogate. Lifting Leisha's limp body, Warren pitched her into Swift and Macaulay. He spun a razor wire net, gathering it up and sending it spiraling over them. Limp Leisha, Swift, and Macaulay ended up tangled together on the floor in a kind of giant bleeding cocoon, the wire cutting into their flesh. Swift struggled to maneuver his massive sword into position so he could cut through the net without decapitating anyone. Warren sent cascades of wizard fire boiling into their midst until Macaulay put up a makeshift shield. Warren didn't wait to see the outcome. Swiveling, he sprayed the perimeter of the room with flame. It went up with a whoosh. What do you know, he thought. This warehouse is a fire trap. Wizard fire was notoriously hard to extinguish. The place was history, and 3 of his major problems would go up with it. Though in Leisha's case, there was no need to trust to luck. Regretfully, he dismissed thoughts of slave Leisha and muttered a charm that activated the torque. Would she burn to death or strangle first? He sprinted toward the rear door, pausing in the back hallway long enough to weave a web over the doorway. Even if they freed themselves from the net, the web would slow them down long enough to allow the flame and smoke to do their work. As he turned to make his exit, he heard a sound behind him and instinctively dodged aside. Something crashed down on his head. If it hadn't caught him off center, he would have been done for sure. He stumbled, almost went down. Blood streamed into his eyes. He staggered backward, spewing flames in all directions. There followed a massive blow to his shoulder, and he screamed in pain, his left arm rendered almost useless. He turned, mopping blood from his eyes to clear his vision. A girl, with a mother of a big sword, familiar somehow. The girl, not the sword. Then he remembered. Ellen Stevenson, the warrior he'd encountered the first time he'd gone to Trinity, in search of Seth Macaulay. If she'd wanted to kill him, she could have taken his head off with that blade. She'd hit him with the flat of it, so she was trying to take him alive. That was good to know. He flung out a charm, but before he could finish, he had to pitch himself backward as the blade slashed past his midsection, slicing through his shirt and the top layer of skin. Damn, she was good. He didn't even know he'd been cut until the blood came. Smoke boiled into the corridor, stinging his eyes. He drew a breath, coughing, spinning out flame like an out-of-control firework to keep Stevenson at a distance. She easily parried his scattered attack with her sword, then advanced toward him. "Your friends are burning to death in there," Warren gasped, nodding toward the main storeroom. "Make a choice." He turned and zigzagged down the hallway. Bursting through the exit door, he stopped long enough to barricade it with another web. Warren ran down the alley, then cut between several rows of warehouses and descended into the flats along the river. He tried to support his injured arm, gritting his teeth when he jostled it. He threaded his way around the great concrete feet of a lift bridge, then slowed to a brisk walk, following the river, trying to blend in with the late-nighters headed to the bars. Those that were still sober cut a wide circle around him, furtively checking out his blood-matted hair and clothing. It was all he could do to resist the urge to pitch them over the side into the water. He was several blocks from the warehouse before he heard sirens. Good luck, he thought. Warren was pissed. His arm hurt like hell. Apparently, everyone in Trinity knew he held the Covenant. Just a few more thousand people to jump into the hunt. Worse, Leisha had been his go-between. Killing her might bring him some small satisfaction, but now he needed someone else to serve as his proxy. But who? The only thing that cheered him was the notion that he'd left Jack Swift, Joseph Macaulay, and Leisha Middleton in the burning building. With any luck, Stevenson would go down too. In the end, it wasn't a difficult choice, just a frustrating one. Ellen gave up on Barber and groped her way back through the smoke. The door into the other room was scorching hot. She stood to one side, extended Waymaker, and cut through the door, releasing a blast of heat and smoke. The doorway was woven over with a labyrinth of translucent cords, Barber's work. The interior of the room was an inferno. Ellen's entire front was immediately roasted. The skin tightened on her face and hands. No, she thought. Oh, no. Seth! Jack! A faint answering call came from somewhere beyond the web. Ellen swung her blade and slashed through the cords. It took 4 long strokes to hack out an opening she could get through. She bulled her way forward, pushing through a wall of smoke and flame. "Where are you?" she shouted, and flinched when the reply came almost from under her feet. She nearly stumbled over a pile of bleeding bodies. The razor web had done its work. Jack, Seth, and Leisha were cut in dozens of places, coughing and choking as they breathed in smoke. Leisha flailed about, struggling to get free, which only increased the damage done by the web to all 3 prisoners. "Lay still, Leisha, or I'll leave you here to fry," Ellen said. Leisha blinked up at her in surprise, and then, to Ellen's amazement, obeyed. Ellen tried to ignore the heat and flames rushing toward them. She gripped Waymaker's hilt with both hands and slid the tip into the razor web, delicately slicing through the strands without pulling on the net. She focused on freeing Jack, who practically reverberated with impatience. Finally, Jack shook free of the last tendrils of razor wire and erupted to his feet. Seizing Shadow Slayer, he helped Ellen cut Seth and Leisha loose. Seth pushed himself upright and extended his bleeding hands, pushing back the wall of flame that threatened to engulf them. It grew increasingly difficult to breathe. Leisha, especially, kept coughing and choking and ripping at her throat. When Seth and Leisha were free, Jack hauled them to their feet. Leisha fell again when he released her, so he slid his arms under her and slung her over his shoulder. That girl will do anything to get next to Jack, Ellen thought crossly. Holding hands to keep from losing each other in the oily smoke, they groped their way to the back of the room, out the door, and into the fresh air. Seth looked back at the burning warehouse. By now, flames had broken through the roof and were shooting into the air. Usually so calm in times of crisis, he seemed jumpy and agitated. "Go on," Seth said, pulling his hood over his head. "Get as far away as you can. I'll be right behind you." "Seth, wait!" Ellen made a grab for him, but he sidestepped her and disappeared into the burning building. Shaking her head, Ellen drew in lungfuls of cool air, but Leisha was still choking. Jack carried her to the far side of the parking lot and laid her down on the asphalt. "Take it easy, will you?" he said. "Relax, we're out." Leisha gasped something that sounded like, "Barber!" and "Get it off!" She tore open her neckline to expose a gold collar biting into her flesh. The skin around it was mottled purple and red, covered with angry blisters. "What the—" Jack tried to take hold of the collar with his hands, but yanked them back, swearing. "It's blazing hot!" "Barber did this?" Ellen asked. Leisha nodded. Tears ran down her face and her entire body shook with silent sobs. Ellen and Jack gripped her arms and pulled her upright, hoping to find a clasp, an opening, something, but no luck. It was solid and seamless all the way around. Ellen pulled out her belt dagger and tried to slide the point under the collar, but it was already too tight. Jack tried some counter-charms from his repertoire, but they had no apparent effect. "Remember when Lester used to torque on Leander Hastings?" Ellen muttered. "The collar could only be removed by the wizard who placed it. And that would be Warren Barber." By now, Leisha's face was blue, and her struggles were growing weaker, less organized. She's going to die, Ellen thought, feeling totally helpless. "Hey, what do you kids think you're doing?" A burly firefighter confronted them in full regalia, his features scrunched down with suspicion. "Nobody's supposed to be back here." Beyond him, a half-dozen firefighters poured from the alley, dragging giant hoses and equipment into the lot. Ellen slid Waymaker back into its baldric, smothering the flames that ran along the blade. Shadow Slayer was slung over Jack's back, but the hilt stuck up over his shoulder. That'd be tough to explain if the firefighter noticed it. She moved in closer to Jack. He had some wizardry. Maybe he could... "You can't stay back here," the firefighter growled. "What with the onshore breeze and all these old warehouses, there's a good chance the fire will spread to the whole block." He pointed them toward the cross street. "Get back behind the police line." Then he squinted at them suspiciously. "What happened to you? You're all cut up and covered in soot. Were you kids in the building?" "We saw the smoke," Ellen said, "and, we came to see the fire." She was a terrible liar. But the firefighter was distracted by Leisha. "What's wrong with her?" Jack knelt next to her, furiously tearing off pieces of his shirt. He wrapped the cloth around his hands and tried again to get a grip on the collar. Leisha didn't seem to be breathing anymore. "Our friend got hurt," Ellen said, not knowing what else to say. "She's not breathing." Jack drew his belt dagger and leaned over Leisha, eyes squinted, mouth tight with determination. "Oh, God," Ellen thought. "He's going to try to do a tracheotomy, like on TV. 2 years ago, this boy couldn't splint his own broken leg on the battlefield, and now he's doing surgery." "Hey," the fireman said when he saw the blade. "What are you doing?" "What's up?" Seth materialized out of the smoke like a wraith, blood and sweat streaking through the soot on his face. Jack looked up a little wild-eyed. "Barber put a torque on Leisha. It's strangling her." Strangled, more like, Ellen thought. Past tense. It was weird that she had time to think all that. It was like events had slowed down to a crawl. The firefighter was yelling something in the background, calling for police backup maybe. Seth dropped to his knees next to Leisha, wrapped his hands around the torque as if oblivious to the heat, and shut his eyes. Jack stepped between Seth and Leisha and the firefighter to prevent interference. "It's no good, Seth," Ellen thought. "Only the wizard who placed it can remove it." Power rippled around Seth. He tilted his head back, concentrating, muttering charms. Sweat rolled down his face, though the night was growing chilly. He swallowed once, twice, the long column of his throat jumping. Then, the metal dissolved from under his hands, and Leisha was free. A second passed. Leisha took a rasping breath. "What the hell?" the firefighter said, leaning sideways to peer around Jack. Seth remained on his knees, his hands resting on his thighs, trembling like he'd caught a chill. Then he looked up at the firefighter. "She's breathing again, but maybe she should have some oxygen?" Firefighters swarmed around Leisha, unpacking equipment. The battalion leader stepped around Jack and clutched Seth's sweatshirt in his fist, dragging him to his feet. "I want to know what happened to her and what you just did." Seth put his hand on the firefighter's shoulder, and the commander flinched. "Nothing happened, Commander," Seth said softly, looking him in the eye. "Her necklace melted from the heat and burned her neck. That's all." The commander blinked at him and nodded, slowly. "Right. Well, we'll want to get your names as witnesses." "You won't need that," Seth said, his hand still on the man's arm. "It'll be fine." "Okay," the commander said. "Commander!" Another firefighter loped up the alley. "I think we can cancel the third hook and ladder." He hesitated. I can't explain it, but it looks like the fire is out." "What?" The other man shrugged. "There's still lots of smoke and a few hot spots, but the fire is basically out." The fire was contained within the skin of the building, so they couldn't see for themselves, but the heat seemed to be diminishing rather than growing. "Come on," the battalion leader said. "Let's go take a closer look." He turned back to Ellen and the others. "You three, get out of here. We'll transport the girl to the burn unit at Metro Hospital." But Leisha was already fighting off the oxygen and struggling to sit up. "I'm fine," she hissed. "What are you all making such a fuss about?" She put several firefighters down on their butts and struggled to her feet. "Leave me alone, will you?" Wizards were resilient, Ellen had to admit, and stubborn. The paramedic tried to reason with his uncooperative patient. Miss, you have second and third degree burns that need treatment, he said. They'll be okay. I'll just use a concealer for a while. She also declined pain medication and a tranquilizer. I'm leaving with my friends, understand? I'll sign any form you want. She looked up at Ellen and the rest. Let's go. Despite her bravado, Ellen could tell that Leisha was shaken. She staggered along beside them until Jack and Ellen ignored her protests and each took an arm, supporting her. She kept touching her neck as if to convince herself the torque was gone, then peered over at Seth like he was some newly discovered wonder of the world. Why didn't you tell us about the torque? Ellen asked, catching Leisha for about the 14th time when she stumbled. Leisha's voice was low and raspy, and it sounded like it hurt to speak. I knew there was nothing you could do to take it off. She took a deep breath as if she were still short on air. As long as I was in the sanctuary, he couldn't use it against me, but I knew once you knew about it, I'd be too high risk. You'd kick me out. How did he ever get it on you anyway? Ellen asked. Leisha rolled her eyes. Don't ask. What did you think was going to happen tonight? Jack asked. Why did you agree to meet him outside the sanctuary? He almost killed you. I just hoped somebody would kill him, Leisha said, brushing her fingertips over the ring of blistered flesh where the torque had been. Me or you, it didn't matter. I couldn't stand it anymore. Well, the torque is off, but he's still out there somewhere, Jack said. Unfortunately, we don't know any more than we did before about what happened to Jason and where the Covenant is. Leisha shrugged and stared at the ground, her lower lip trembling. Ellen found herself actually feeling sorry for her. Seth spoke for the first time. I don't think you should go back to your aunt's. He left it at that, but everyone knew what he meant. Barber was still at large, and the wall wasn't up yet. Leisha swallowed, wincing. We'll ask Nick, Jack said. He'll find a place, and somebody should look at your neck anyway. Seth said nothing more. He just strode along, head down, hands thrust into the front pocket of his sweatshirt, lost in his own thoughts. But Ellen had her own questions that needed answering. So what did you do? She asked Seth as they threaded their way past emergency vehicles on their way back to the car. What do you mean? With the fire. Wizard fire is impossible to put out. He shrugged slightly, still looking straight ahead. How'd you get the torque off? She persisted. Still, he said nothing, refused to look at her. Seth? When he finally spoke, his voice was low and ragged. I didn't want the whole neighborhood to burn because of us, okay? I didn't want anyone to be caught in it. His voice broke, and he swiped at his eyes with the back of his hand. Ellen put her hand on his arm and almost yanked it away. He was totally hot with power. Seth, look at me. Seth finally looked up and met her stare. What? He demanded. When she said nothing, Seth added, Look, there was a fire. In Toronto. A friend of mine died. His green eyes were unnaturally bright, his pupils pinpricks, his face deathly pale. He looked away. He's using flame again, Ellen thought, even though he'd promised he wouldn't, except in extraordinary circumstances. She couldn't fault him. He'd put out the fire and saved Leisha's life. But it seemed those extraordinary circumstances were coming along more and more often. Chapter 21. Life as Art. Two weeks went by, and Grace and J.R. didn't go riding at the Ropers again. Madison ran into Bryce once or twice in town, and he pretended not to see her. She tried to look at the bright side. At least he wasn't trying to romance her anymore. Grace was hopeful of being invited back at first, and then angry, and that kind of petered down to being disappointed, her usual state. Madison took Grace and J.R. fishing at the reservoir. She helped them bake dog biscuits for Hamlet and Ophelia, and played long games of Monopoly that slid over from one day to the next. But it was hard to compete with Arabian horses and miles of trails, and Madison hesitated to take them to town for fear she might run into Warren Barber. Was he still hanging around, looking for Jason, or had he climbed back into whatever hole he'd come from? Jason was surprisingly patient with Grace and J.R. He taught them how to play blackjack and five-card stud and Texas Hold'em. As he got to feeling better, he went down to Booker Creek with them to look for salamanders and tadpoles. He found an old fish tank in the cellar, set it up, and got the pump working. They populated it with striped shiners, rainbow darters, silver-jaw minnows, and ones Madison didn't know that Jason made up names for, like slack-jawed sidewinders and maloclusive bottom feeders. John Robert thought everything Jason said was hilarious and smart, and even Grace made excuses to go out to the barn to show him something or see if he needed a snack or a book to read. Jason didn't risk going into town either, but he walked all over the mountain with Maddie, hauling canvases and easels and supplies, and taking photographs with the camera Madison had borrowed from Sarah. Madison knew it was wrong to keep his presence a secret from Carlene, but she was so in the habit of working around her mother that secrecy came naturally to her. She couldn't quite figure out why Jason was still there, whether he hoped he'd eventually convince her to come north, or if he was there as bodyguard or spy. She'd expect him to be totally antsy, stuck up on the mountain with nothing to do, but he actually seemed content, more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. It was as if he'd managed to set down the armloads of pain he carried around all the time, temporarily at least. The Booker Mountain effect at work, no doubt. Jason was a constant reminder of everything and everyone Madison had left behind in Trinity. She thought of going down into town and calling Seth, just to get the news and hear his voice. But then he'd ask about Jason, and she didn't think she could pull it off, lying to him. Besides, she'd moved beyond the razor edge of grief into long-term mourning, and she was afraid any conversation between them would reopen those wounds. So she wrote long letters and sent emails and kept Jason's secret. One afternoon, Madison came in from the barn to find Carlene sitting at the kitchen table, smoking a cigarette and tapping the ashes into an empty Pepsi can. Her mother had on her waitress uniform, a shirt-waist dress with Carlene embroidered over the pocket that looked like one of those retro uniforms, but wasn't. Madison hadn't said a word about Bryce Roper or the shed. What good would it do? It wouldn't turn either one of them into different people who agreed on anything. Madison would own Booker Mountain in 3 months. It would be up to somebody else to make the next move. Bryce had told Carlene some of what had happened at the Ropers. Madison was sure of that. Carlene would sneak rabbity looks at her from the corners of her eyes as if expecting some kind of confrontation. Not that they saw much of each other, what with Carlene's work and sleep schedules and Madison's habit of spending her afternoons secluded in the barn. That kind of kept their encounters to a minimum. Madison opened the refrigerator, scanning the meager offerings, wondering what to fix for supper. And then Carlene asked, "Who's that boy you got stashed in the barn?" Madison yanked her head out of the refrigerator and swung around, banging her elbow. "Ow! What? He your boyfriend?" Well, no," Madison stuttered. "He's just a friend who needed a place to stay." "Well, tell your friend he can stay in the house if he wants. There's plenty of room. That's rude making him stay out there." Carlene gestured toward the other chair with her cigarette. "Sit down a minute, honey." Madison shut the refrigerator, came and sat down at the table. "Okay, I'll tell him, but I think he's leaving pretty soon." She hesitated. "Please, Mama, don't tell anybody he's here." Naturally, Carleen didn't commit to anything. You don't even have a crush on him? Madison tore the paper towel that stood in for a napkin into careful strips. No, I don't. What makes you say that? I'm trying to figure out why you don't like Bryce. Mama, there are 100 reasons why I don't like Bryce, beginning with the fact that he's a self-centered, arrogant jerk. But good-looking and rich. Carleen waved away self-centered and arrogant, like his other stellar qualities canceled them out. Maybe you should marry him then. Carleen considered this, then shook her head. He likes you. He likes Booker Mountain. If you owned it, he'd like you. Careful, Madison, she thought. Just calm down. If I did own it, I'd sure consider selling it to him. Where would you live then? Carleen looked around the kitchen, with its battered linoleum floors and tired, flowered wallpaper, everything glazed over with years of propane residue. Anywhere. Anywhere but here. She paused. Think what it would mean to Grace and John Robert if they could move someplace with good schools, where they'd have friends close by to play with. She stubbed out her cigarette. They're talking serious money, Maddie. Enough to pay for college, for a new house, for everything. We'd be millionaires. We could move wherever we wanted and make a fresh start where people don't have attitudes. Booker Mountain is mine, Madison wanted to say, though she felt like it belonged to Grace and John Robert, too. But it wouldn't belong to any of them if they sold it away. If Min hadn't been so stubborn, it would be gone already. Madison imagined the bulldozers coming in, the drag lines scraping the top off her mountain. All of Colton County dusted black from the blasting. Mama, you know what they're planning to do to the mountain, Madison said. Bryce told you about it. How could you ever let that happen? Now, baby, Carleen coaxed. Don't exaggerate. They'll fix it up after. Besides, there's other mountains. We could move out west somewhere like Las Vegas. There's mountains all over out there. Madison thought of the little graveyard upslope in the hollow, the crazy tilted headstones like crooked teeth where the frost had pushed them out of the ground. There was the cave by the waterfall where she'd found Native American petroglyphs and never told anyone because she was afraid somebody would sneak in and wreck it, the way people always did. The old iron furnace by the creek, built by her great-grandfather, one of his crazy money-making schemes. She felt like she was under siege, between Bryce Roper and Carleen and Children's Services, and Seth and the onrushing Wizard War, and the Dragonheart pulling at her asleep and awake. Do we have to talk about this now? She asked wearily. Madison. Carleen looked her in the eyes. Do you want to wait until Grace and John Robert are growed up? We're not the kind of people who can afford to be romantic about things. We have to be practical. Practical. Coming from Carleen. Did Mr. Roper ask you to talk to me? Madison demanded. Carleen nodded. She snapped and unsnapped her cigarette case. I told him I would. It don't make sense the way you're treating him and Bryce. Well, if I have to decide now, the answer is no. Don't decide now, then. Carleen stood and picked up her pocketbook, fished inside and pulled out a 20. I have to go to work. Here. Go on and take the kids to the movies in town tonight. And don't be stubborn. Sometimes you have to think of someone besides yourself. Torches guttered in sconces along the walls, painting the great stone halls in reds and yellows. Prisoners processed up the aisle to the altar at the front, chains clanking, clad in rough-spun hooded robes that bore the insignia of their houses, the red rose, the white rose, the silver bear, the dragon, in an endless line. The executioner stood beside the altar, holding a great staff with the dragon heart mounted at the tip. A clerk stood alongside, reading from a parchment, calling names, confirming the sentences. Many of the names were familiar. Leander Hastings, Linda Downey, Claude Dorsey, Jessamine Longbranch, Jackson Swift, Jason Haley, Joseph Macaulay. The charge? Anarchy, rebellion, murder. Each of the condemned knelt at the altar and mutely laid his head upon the stone. The executioner raised the great staff, pointed it at the prisoner. Flames erupted from the dragon heart, incinerating the condemned in an instant. The stench of burned flesh filled the hall. The executioner's hood fell back, revealing her own face. "Maddie! Wake up! Maddie, you're dreaming!" Someone pulled at her arm, practically yanking it out of its socket. Maddie opened her eyes, and Grace's worried face came into view. Solemn gray eyes and a sprinkling of freckles. Straight brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. "You're scaring me yelling like that." "Oh." Maddie propped on her elbows and tried to swallow away the bad taste in her mouth. She went to sleep thinking of Seth. She woke up thinking of the dragon heart. Now they were invading her dreams. "Sorry. What time is it anyway?" "I don't know. It's late," Grace said, switching on the lamp. "You must have fell asleep on the couch after supper. Did you ever take Jason anything to eat?" Madison shook her head. "No, Drat." She focused on the kitchen clock. "It's after 8 o'clock. I was going to take you and JR to the movies tonight." "Can't we still go?" Grace begged. "It's too late tonight. There's just an 8 o'clock showing. We'll go tomorrow to a matinee, and then we'll have enough money for popcorn, too, okay?" "Okay, I guess." Grace sat on the edge of the couch. "What did you dream about, anyway?" "The dragon heart," Madison almost said. She massaged her forehead with the heels of her hands. Even when she didn't focus on it, it shimmered in the periphery of her mind, stirring up the kind of longing she associated with art and Seth Macaulay. When she didn't answer, Grace said, "You never used to have nightmares." "Maybe I was a little less noisy about it." Madison shook her head, trying to rattle loose the images that remained. "Thanks for waking me up, Gracie," she said, forgetting that Grace now officially hated to be called Gracie. "I'd better take Jason something to eat." Madison poured iced tea into a metal thermos, the one her father used to carry to the mine. She slathered leftover biscuits with butter and honey and rolled them in a napkin, wrapped leftover fried chicken in waxed paper. She supposed she should ask Jason to come up and eat at the house, but it didn't matter now anyway. He'd have to leave. Carlene couldn't keep a secret as well as Grace and JR. The whole town would know about Jason inside of a week. Surely Warren Barber must have gone back to wherever he came from. Nobody in town had mentioned seeing him. He would stick out wherever he was, but especially in Cole Grove. The security light created a little oasis in the black woods. The outbuildings threw long shadows across the grass as she crossed the yard, past the flower beds where Min's peonies and bearded irises were pushing their way out of the ground. Bats fluttered like black handkerchiefs among the trees at the edge of the clearing. Hamlet rose and dog-stretched in greeting, nudging his food bowl with his nose. "This isn't for you," Madison said, scratching him behind the ears with her free hand. "You already had your dinner, remember?" Hamlet stiffened and pointed his graying muzzle toward the woods, the hair around his collar ruffing out. He growled and drew his lips back from his teeth, which was a surprise because he was stone deaf and half blind. "Hey, Hamlet," Maddie said, shivering a little, peering into the trees. "What'd you spot? A ghost? A raccoon?" She saw several shapes moving in the trees, and for a moment she thought it really might be ghosts, since they had a spooky glow about them. and then she realized what they must be, and dropped Jason's supper in the dirt. 4 wizards stopped just inside the cover of the trees and stood, looking toward the house. They hadn't seen her yet, hidden as she was in the shadow of the barn. That they were there for mischief, she had no doubt. The fact that they were all wearing black hoods with eye holes cut out confirmed it. They must have left their car down the road away. Her truck was parked inside the barn, but Grace and JR were watching TV in the house, and there was no way she could collect them and get back to the barn and out of there without being intercepted. She could wave the shotgun at the intruders, but that was in the house too. She stood frozen, thoughts spiraling. It might be the Roses coming after her. Seth had warned her that might happen. Or it could be the Roses or Barber or practically anybody at all coming after Jason. The wizards left the trees and moved silently toward the house, walking purposefully. They were dressed all in black, framed in light. "I thought you said nobody'd be home," one of the wizards said. "The house is all lit up." To her surprise, his voice said he was local. Madison hadn't realized she was holding her breath until she let it out. Okay, she thought. At least this problem is homegrown. "Don't worry," the tallest wizard said. "They probably just left the lights on." His voice sounded familiar, but it was hard to tell, muffled through the hood. "You're sure there's no kids in there?" the first wizard persisted. "Will you shut up?" the tallest wizard hissed. Madison thought he must be the leader. "We came all the way up here. Let's do it and go." They continued moving toward the house. Then Madison remembered Grace's story about the burning of the shed. There were 4 or 5 of them, out here in the dark. They had torches. "No, I will not let this happen," she thought. "Not on my mountain." "What the hell do you think you're doing on my property?" She shouted it out really loud, hoping to warn Grace and JR in the house and Jason in the barn. The wizards jumped at the sound of her voice and milled around in confusion, peering into the darkness, trying to figure out where she was. With any luck, Grace would be level-headed enough to grab JR and leave out the back door. She'd know better than to come out and get mixed up in this. "I knew it. I knew somebody was home," the first wizard said. "Look, she can't stop us. What's she going to do?" The tall wizard continued walking toward the house, trailed by his accomplices, who kept looking back over their shoulders. "What are you doing?" Madison called. When he didn't answer, she screamed, "There are kids in that house!" "Well, then you'd better get them out now," the wizard said coldly, "because we're going to burn this dump to the ground." He extended his hands, and fire coalesced around his fingertips. And then she knew for sure. "Bryce Roper, you come away from there or I'll have the sheriff all over you." That brought him up short. He stood frozen for a moment, then shrugged and swung around, yanking off his hood and raking a hand through his mashed hair. "Hello, Madison." "Bryce," one of the other wizards whined. "This isn't what we—" "Shut up," I said, Bryce muttered. "I should have just handled this on my own. Don't make me sorry I brought you along." "I'm warning you," Madison said. "You'll never get away with it." Bryce laughed. "Who's going to believe you? This place is a fire trap. It'll be your word against mine, and I'll be sure and have an alibi and 10 witnesses to put me someplace else. If anyone does believe you, I'll persuade them they don't." "People know me around here," Madison said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "They'll believe me." "Right. When have they ever believed you about anything?" "Really? You think so? I say the word and you're a witch. I say the word and you burned your house down yourself. The people in this town are sheep, Madison, and I can drive them wherever I want." "You're the ones who set all the fires last year," Madison breathed. Bryce bowed mockingly. "Proves my point, wouldn't you say? Here we are burning up the whole valley, and these idiots are blaming you. If the whole town turned against me, I'd sell out and move away. But you didn't. Oh, no. Instead, you pull a shotgun on them. You're stubborn as a rock and about as smart." In that moment, the gut-clenching sensation went away, and she was just really, really angry. She strode toward them into the light. "People know what you are. Some of them, anyway." "I'll tell you one thing they know," Bryce said. "My father provides jobs for half the county. Anybody who's making a decent living. What's going to happen when we close up the mine? This place will just dry up and blow away. Booker Mountain will keep Roper coal going another 10 years or more. And then what?" "Well, then they'll have a nice, flat place to park something on, won't they? It'll be the only level piece of land in the whole county." "I won't sell," Madison said. "Not to you, I won't." "Where are Carleen and the kids going to live, then, after I burn this place down?" Bryce snorted. "You can't even afford a phone. I bet you can't scrape up the first month's rent. You going to pitch a tent or what?" Madison clenched her fists and took a step forward. "How can you live with yourself?" "It's your fault. You should have agreed to sell. That's the way the world works. Everybody knows that. But not you. You walk around like you're royalty in rags or something. Like you're better than me. Me," he repeated, his voice rising. "Bryce," one of the other wizards said, a girl from her voice, "let's do it or go." Bryce collected himself. "All right, Madison. You have 5 minutes to get those kids out of the house and anything else you want to keep. There can't be much worth saving." He smiled. "Don't worry. We'll still give you a good price. The house doesn't add any value, if you know what I mean. We just tear it down." He paused, and when Madison didn't say anything, added, "You'll thank me in a year." Madison caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye, and then someone screeched in pain. One of the wizards, the whiny one, went down on the ground, clutching at his head. He lay there groaning, pressing his hands to his bleeding scalp. Then Madison saw Jason, backpack slung over his shoulder, JR's baseball bat in his hand, backing away from the downed wizard. A baseball bat against wizardry? She opened her mouth, meaning to shout, to say something. Jason shook his head, raising his hand to shush her. And then she realized he was unnoticeable to the other wizards in the yard, noticeable only to her, the elicitor. "Hey, Carl, what's up?" Bryce called. "You trip over your feet or something?" Carl only moaned some more. Jason pulled a knife from his backpack and headed directly for another of the wizards, a stocky boy in low-slung camouflage pants and those giant high tops. Jason came in close, thrust in and up with the knife, 4 quick strokes, and the wizard screeched and clutched at his midsection. He ripped open his shirt, revealing a crude M scratched into his chest and belly. "What's going on?" he mumbled. "I'm bleeding. Something stuck me. It looks like a..." He looked up at Madison, eyes widening. Did you do that?" Thinking quickly, Madison drew herself up, tossed back her hair, and smiled at him. "What do you think?" The 3 wizards, still on their feet, bunched up, facing Madison. She advanced. Hands extended, and they retreated. All of the anger, fear, and humiliation of the past year bubbled up inside her. She found herself wishing she did have magic, that she could incinerate them with a gesture. Jason kept moving. He pulled a metal can from his backpack, one that Madison recognized from the barn. What is he doing? He unscrewed the cap and upended it over the girl wizard. The girl shrieked and covered her head with her arms, fighting off her invisible opponent. "What is this?" She sniffed, then screamed and ripped off the hood, flinging it away, revealing a pale, horrified face. "That's kerosene!" She backed away from Madison, shaking her head slowly from side to side. "If you think I'm going to set fire to a house while I'm drenched in kerosene, you're crazy!" She turned and fled into the woods. Madison walked toward Bryce, forcing a smile onto her face. She was afraid her heart might burst right out of her chest, it was beating so hard. "So, Bryce," she said, "I hear you like to play with magic." "What the hell?" The usually articulate Bryce looked like he was in the middle of a very bad dream and hoped he'd wake up soon. "How are you doing that? You're not a wizard. I didn't feel anything when I touched you." You say the word and I'm a witch, Madison said, low in her throat. Isn't that right? Bryce backed away as Madison advanced, raising his hands to fend her off. Stay away from me. Meanwhile, Jason came at him from the side. Spell me, why don't you? She taunted. See if you can. I dare you. Her shadow extended before her, tall and angular. He stretched out his hands, but then pulled them back, no doubt remembering what had happened in the studio. Madison, come on, let's talk about this. She extended her hand toward Bryce, mimicking a hex sign Min had used. Unnoticeable Jason swung the bat, smashing Bryce in the face. Bryce jerked backward, yelling, pressing his sleeve to his face to stem the flow of blood from a perfect nose that was now smashed off center. Ouch, Madison said, shaking her head. You're really not all that good at this, are you? I guess you need a little more practice. Want to play again? Bryce spat out blood and a broken tooth. I don't get it, he mumbled through his damaged mouth. No, you don't. But I'll tell you what. I'll make the same deal you offered me. I'll give you 5 minutes to gather up anything you want to keep. She glanced around, at Carl, who had sat up, blotting blood from his face with his shirt, at the other wizard, who was still contemplating the wound in his midsection, looking like he might pass out. Can't be much worth saving, she added. Bryce slid his hands under Carl's arms and hauled him to his feet, both of them beat up and bloody. One more thing, Madison said. You better hope my life runs real smooth from here on. Anything happens to this place, fire, explosions, earthquakes, the well goes dry, bridge goes out, the apple trees get blossom rot, I'll know who to blame, and I'll come after you. You ever set foot on my property again, I'll incinerate you. For once, Bryce had nothing to say. He and Carl hustled off into the woods, heading for the road. Madison waited until the wizards had been out of sight for a good 5 minutes. Then she crouched next to the old chicken coop and vomited, heaving until she had nothing left. Jason squatted next to her, gathering her hair in his hands and pulling it back out of danger. Then he fetched her a mason jar of water from the spigot so she could rinse her mouth. He helped her back to the house, and they sat down on the porch steps. Madison was trembling, her teeth chattering. Jason put his arm around her and pulled her close, patting her back. God, you're good, he said, shaking his head. He seemed stunned by her performance. I couldn't believe it. You're so brave. You scared the hell out of them. Me? Madison said, shuddering. You. Tears pooled in Madison's eyes, escaped and ran down her cheeks. I've been so stupid. I should have seen it coming. I know him. I know what he is. What would have happened if you hadn't been here? You could have taken them, Jason said, taking her hand in his and squeezing it. No problem. You're like a lioness defending your den. I mean, juice ain't all it's cracked up to be compared with that. He rolled his eyes and she laughed, but there was something in his expression, like he'd had an epiphany. I better go find the kids, she said, wiping her tears away. They must be scared to death. She stood and turned toward the house, but just then she heard Grace's voice from the woods back of the barn. Madison, what's happening? Can we come out? Come on, Madison said, and Grace and J.R. emerged from the woods. Grace, with a vice-like hold on her brother's hand. Madison sent up a silent prayer of thanks. Grace had done just the right thing. She'd taken J.R. and hidden in the woods. Her little sister was growing up. Where'd those men go? Grace asked, glancing around the barnyard. Those were the same ones who set fire to the shed. How much did you see? Madison asked, exchanging glances with Jason. We didn't get to see anything, J.R. complained. Grace made me go in the woods. Don't worry. Jason and I ran them off, Madison said. I don't think they'll come back. After the kids had gone to bed, Madison invited Jason into the house for his belated dinner. They sat at the kitchen table, and the dogs laid practically on their feet. Things had changed, though Jason couldn't quite say why. For one thing, he'd stake his life, and Seth's too, on the fact that Madison Moss was not in league with Warren Barber, or the Roses. Jason didn't know how to explain the painting, and he knew it would freak her out if he asked about it, but somehow he no longer needed to. "So, what are you going to do?" Madison asked Jason, so she too sensed they'd reached a turning point. "Maybe I better stick around in case Bryce and his friends come back," Jason suggested. "You don't have to," she said. "I'm guessing Bryce won't want to tangle with me anytime soon." Okay, Jason thought. I'm expendable again. But this time, he felt it was more like he had options. "Well, I'd wanted to go back to England. Hastings is planning an attack on the Gill, and I wanted to get in on it," he shrugged. "It's probably already happened by now." "So you've changed your mind?" He nodded. "I could go back to Trinity, I guess, but I never felt that useful when I was there. I felt like next to Seth I was—" His voice trailed off. He couldn't quite believe he was confessing all this to anybody. "I couldn't stand that, doing nothing. When I left to come here, Seth told me he needed me to come back, that he could use my help, but I figured he was just saying that because we're friends." Madison put her hand on his arm. "Since you're friends, I think you ought to believe him." She hesitated, then rushed ahead. "Me? I'm a mess. I miss Seth so much I want to be with him, but I can't. And the dragon heart, it's like an itch I can't scratch. I can't seem to get it out of my mind." Jason stared at her. That was it exactly. They both lusted after the stone, but it couldn't be for the same reason. Jason looked on it as some kind of tonic. He could feel the flow of power to his Weirstone every minute of the day, but Madison didn't have a Weirstone. Just then, Ophelia raised her head and looked toward the door. A car rattled into the yard and stopped. What now? Jason thought. I mean, this is getting kind of relentless. He held up a finger, signaling for Madison to stay put, and crossed to the door, peering through the screen. 2 people were climbing out of an old Jeep that he instantly recognized. Breathing a long sigh of relief, he walked out onto the porch. "Jason!" Harmon Fitch crowed, a smile spreading across his face. He turned to Will Childers and slapped hands. "The dude's alive! That's the first good news we've had in a while." They sat around the kitchen table. Jason seemed nervous and distracted, like he was trying to think up answers to the questions he knew were coming. Madison delayed the interrogation as long as she could, making small talk, rooting in the refrigerator for drinks, pounding ice cube trays on the counter and dumping chips into a basket. Finally, Twitchy Fitch could stand it no longer. "In case you're wondering why we're here," he said, "everybody's been worried because we haven't heard from you." "What have you guys been doing?" Will asked. "Why didn't you call?" Well, Madison thought, because Jason begged me not to tell and threatened to tell about Grace being an elicitor if I did. She looked at Jason pointedly, waiting for him to speak, while he looked like he kind of hoped she'd handle it. "I did email Seth," she said finally, "and wrote a lot of letters." "But you said Jason never showed," Will said. "Well, I guess so," Madison stammered. "But—" "It was my fault," Jason broke in. "I was an idiot. I wouldn't let her call. I didn't want anyone to know I was here." Will lifted an eyebrow. "You wouldn't let her? Did you tie her hand and foot or what?" Something like that. Color stained Jason's cheeks. He's actually blushing, Madison thought. That's a first. "That's messed up," Fitch said. "What's the matter with you? Everybody was going crazy. Some people said you took off." Fitch removed his glasses and polished them on his shirt tail. "But Seth wouldn't believe it. He was convinced something happened to you." "Well," Jason looked at Madison, then back at Fitch. Something did. So they told Will and Fitch about Barber and Jason's injury and Bryce Roper. You should have told us, Will said, a betrayed look on his face. Nick or Mercedes or somebody could have helped you. I was going to run off, okay? Jason's voice rose. And I would have if I hadn't been hurt. I wanted to get away from the whole Trinity scene, and then after I was, out of my head, he stared down at the table. I'm better now. Fitch eyed him, then nodded grudgingly. Well, he said, seems like things are almost as dangerous down here as at home. Madison's mouth went dry as cotton. Why? What's going on in Trinity? Well, for one thing, Barber's been sighted up our way, Will said. Jack and Ellen and Seth got into this big battle with him in some old warehouse in Cleveland and practically burned the place down. What? Madison looked from Will to Fitch. How did that happen? Are they all right? They're okay, Will said, rearing back under the onslaught of questions. Just some scrapes and burns, he said. Routine for them. And, Jason demanded, what about Barber? He got away, Will hesitated. Leisha Middleton told us that he was after you. Jason's face seemed to drain of its usual animation, and his blue eyes went narrow and hard. Did she? He said, in a cold, disinterested voice. She was the one that led them to Barber, Fitch added, frowning at Jason. That was Barber's mistake, Jason said lightly, trusting Leisha. Hamlet nudged him, whining, and he scratched the dog behind the ears. What's going on? Madison wondered. Did Jason think Leisha had something to do with... Anyway, Fitch persisted, Leisha's really helped out, and I wanted you to know. I know some of us haven't exactly welcomed her back, but... So what else is going on? Jason broke in, still focusing on the dog. Will shrugged. Mercedes is building a magical wall around Trinity. Well, with a lot of help, I guess. Not that we've actually seen it or anything. They're building a wall? Jason looked from Will to Fitch. Are you talking about the boundary? Will shrugged his shoulders in a how-should-I-know way. Guess it's different, like a real wall. Real for the weir, anyway. See, the thing is, Jason, they could really use your help, Fitch said. I don't know much about it, but seems there's a real shortage of wizards. Mr. Hastings is still gone, and it's just Seth and Nick and Iris and a few other wizards doing it all. Jack's helping some, but once the warriors start manning the gate, he won't be around much. It takes a lot of magic, I guess, to prop up the wall. You need to come back with us, Fitch said. He smiled crookedly. I'll tell you one thing. I don't want to be the one to tell Aunt Linda about her car. Jason hesitated. Madison touched his hand and smiled at him encouragingly. Seems like Barber's left anyway, she said. It's your call, but I think you should go. He nodded. Yeah, I think so too. He actually looked relieved, like he'd been carrying around something heavy and just set it down. Seth wants you to come back too, Madison, Fitch said. Madison shook her head, feeling even lonelier than before Jason came. She was going to have to settle things once and for all with Bryce Roper and her mother. Somehow. I can't leave. If Bryce finds out I'm gone, he might have another go at the house. But tell Seth I really miss him. It was so lame, so inadequate, but it was all she had. Chapter 22. Strange Bedfellows. Spring was usually a golden time at Ravensgill. The bitter winter winds that roared down out of Scotland departed in favor of soft spring breezes laden with the scent of high country flowers. Clear streams fed by melting snow tumbled out of the heights. Best of all, the tourists who plagued the rest of the Lake District in fine weather came nowhere near. But this was a barren season. The tall grass that rippled across the gill withered and turned brown, beaten down by cold and unrelenting rains. Buds shriveled on the trees, reneging on their promise of flowers. Birds and wildlife disappeared. Most nights, the furnace in the cellar rattled into life, and the servants kindled the fire on the hearth in a vain effort to warm the sitting room. D'Orsay was forced to spell his servants to keep them from running off to friendlier climes. It would be risky to bring in new, who might be assassins working for the Roses. Wizard lights glittered on the surrounding hills, evidence that the Roses hadn't lifted their siege. They'd heard nothing from Alicia Middleton, and had consequently lost track of Warren Barber, which might mean they were dead, the new covenant taken or lost. As for the Dragonheart, D'Orsay had to assume it was still in the sanctuary, unless the Roses held that also. He and Dev rattled around Ravensgill Castle, snapping at each other. They who had always got on so famously. Then finally, they had a message from the Rose. Not a demand for surrender as D'Orsay expected, but a request for a meeting. It took days to negotiate the terms. Would it be safer to hold it in Ravensgill, or would that open the Gill to invasion? Could the D'Orsays feel secure in a meeting outside of the Gill? Would it be necessary to hold the meeting in the nude in order to prevent the smuggling in of Safas? Finally, the terms were nailed down, mostly because both sides were eager to meet and resolve the impasse. They met in a high meadow that overlooked the Gill, a site scoured clean by both sides prior to the event. It was usually a lovely spot in spring, starred with bluebells and buttercups, but now it was sere and silent, like the site of some horrible industrial accident. It was an intimate gathering. D'Orsay and Devereux, Jessamine Longbranch of the White Rose, and Geoffrey Wiley of the Red Rose. The last time they'd all been together had been at Second Sister, when D'Orsay and Lester's coup against the Roses had nearly succeeded. It was a spare meeting without ceremony or hospitality, since neither side trusted the other enough to break bread together. They met in a tent-like pavilion with a planked wood floor covered in wool rugs. Jessamine. Pleasure. D'Orsay gripped her gloved hands and kissed her cheeks. He nodded curtly to Wiley. Geoffrey, this is my son, Devereux. Poor Dev hunched his shoulders and stuck his hands in his pockets. As usual, he was awkward and tongue-tied in company. They settled into a circle of chairs. A grate at the center spilled welcome warmth into the chill. I don't ever remember it being this nasty up here in April, Jessamine said, shivering, despite her layers of leather and fur. Can't you do something about it? As if the weather were a failure of his hospitality. The weather is unusually cold, D'Orsay admitted. But then, as the poet says, April is the cruelest month. I assume you didn't come up here to discuss the weather, except as it relates to other events. Jess jumped on that like a trout on a mayfly. What do you mean by that? You first, my dear, D'Orsay said graciously. We know you have the covenant, Jessamine said bluntly, but you're unable to consecrate it. D'Orsay tilted his head. What makes you think that? Because you would have already done so if you could. All right, D'Orsay said, with the air of a man who was humoring difficult guests. So why are you here? Why not just let us dwindle away into obscurity? Because you hold the Gill. The Gill houses the Weirstone, and something's gone wrong. Wrong? D'Orsay felt ludicrous, like the captain of a sinking ship still manipulating the wheel as the deck sloshed under the waves. Wiley lifted both hands, indicating their surroundings. Please, you are presiding over a wasteland, Claude. When I think of what it used to be... Don't be overdramatic, Geoffrey, D'Orsay said. This is merely the consequence of unusually foul weather and incompetent gardeners. Longbranch pressed her fingers into her chest. The Weirstone is dark. I can usually feel its presence anywhere in Cumbria. And now, nothing. She shivered. It's as if the source of our power has moved, as if it's at a great distance. In point of fact, D'Orsay had already made his decision. Politics made strange bedfellows, and he was definitely running out of options. He needed to get out of the Gill, or he and Dev might just slit each other's throats. I've noticed it too, D'Orsay conceded. It feels like true north has shifted, doesn't it? The question is why? Wiley settled back in his seat. Perhaps it's the effect of the siege, D'Orsay suggested. What's it been? 6 months? You could surrender, Longbranch suggested. Just a thought. D'Orsay looked up at the surrounding hills, at the wizard fires blazing there. You could withdraw your forces. It's not because of the siege, Wiley said impatiently. The shift in power was rather sudden. Back in midwinter, I believe. Do you really want to know who's responsible? D'Orsay asked, emitting a bit of power to warm his feet. Who? Longbranch leaned forward. Jason Haley. Jason Haley? Wiley frowned. The one from Second Sister. The same. What about him? Longbranch demanded. He stole the Dragon Heart. Longbranch and Wiley looked at each other. What's that? Wiley asked. I never heard of it. The magical heart of the Gill, a weapon of infinite capability, the source of power for all the Weir Guilds. I never heard of it, Wiley repeated. Don't tell me you believe those old stories about mythical beasts spitting flames, and even if you do, that was a long time ago. Whether I believe in dragons or not is irrelevant. The point is, the Dragon Heart is a powerful Seifa that sat under the Weirstone on my ancestral lands for centuries. Somehow it fueled the Weirstone. The Weirstone is still there, but it's gone dark. So you knew the stone was there all along? Longbranch asked. It was just easier to lie. Yes, D'Orsay said, but I've only recently become aware of its full power. Why are you telling them this, Father? Devereaux demanded. It's all right, Dev, D'Orsay said, patting Dev on the shoulder. Dev flinched away. Why are you telling us? Wiley asked suspiciously. Because the time has come for us to work together, D'Orsay said. I'm trapped, as you know, in the Gill. I need your cooperation in order to go after the stone. Do you have any idea where it is? Wiley asked. In the sanctuary, I presume, D'Orsay said, unless they've moved it. For a time I had an operative in Trinity. I know Haley returned there after looting the Gill, and I did receive reports that magical items were hidden there. All right, Longbranch said. Now that you've told us, why do we need your involvement? We can go get the piece ourselves. D'Orsay had anticipated this also. 2 reasons, he said. I hold the journal kept by the person who hid the stone in the Gill, which provides details about its use. Powerful as it is, one doesn't want to make an error, does one? Perhaps he was exaggerating the value of the journal a bit, but such was the nature of negotiation. And the second reason? The Dragon Heart is only one piece. Perhaps you've heard of the Raven's Gill Hoard? Another legend. Wiley stuffed his hands into his pockets, shrugging his shoulders against the cold. Not at all. The hoard includes a treasure trove of magical artifacts and seifas, accumulated since the founding of the guilds. And we would need these because... Longbranch feigned indifference, but her eyes glittered greedily. The Dragon Heart is said to be the most powerful seifa known, capable of destroying us all. We don't know if the servant guilds realize how powerful it is, or how to use it. Still, it would seem prudent to go armed to any confrontation with them. "If Hastings is involved, we can assume he has it sorted out," Wiley said, his mouth twisting in distaste. "My operatives in Trinity tell me he's not there," Jessamine said, "nor is Linda Downey." "One wonders who is in charge," Dorsey murmured. "Snowbeard's there," Jessamine said. "Otherwise—" She hesitated, then ticked them off on her gloved fingers. "It's the boy, Macaulay, basically, and Iris Ballingame. Jason Haley seems to have disappeared. Perhaps there are other wizards. Jack Swift and Ellen Stevenson have organized an army of ghosts." She rolled her eyes. "Eliminate Macaulay and the whole thing falls apart," Wiley said. "He would seem to be the strongest link." How hard could it be, Dorsey thought. "Don't you have anyone inside the sanctuary?" he asked delicately. "An all-out assault may not be the way to go." "We've sent in assassins," Wiley said bluntly. "They never returned, never reported back. They must have been identified and eliminated immediately." "Macaulay seems to be well protected," Longbranch mused. "He is just a boy, after all." "You're sure it's not Hastings?" Dorsey asked, suppressing a shudder. Wiley shook his head. "As far as we know, Hastings and Downey are somewhere in Europe." They all glanced over their shoulders, as if the pair might at that moment be sneaking up on them. "Well," Jessamine said, smiling, "perhaps we can just walk in and take it then." Now there were smiles all around. The wind howled over the Raven's Head, and the pavilion shuddered under its force. Fat droplets of rain splattered against the canvas. Dorsey gestured, and the flames in the grate burned hotter. "Father," Devereaux spoke up again, "why should we give them anything? They've got nothing to trade." Clever boy, Dorsey thought fondly. "We offer you the freedom to come and go," Jessamine said, "as your father no doubt realizes. If we secure the Dragonheart on our own, your covenant is worthless. Join us, and we'll negotiate an amended covenant that distributes power among us. It seems the stone has been the source of power all along, while we've been slaves to old myths and legends about dragons. There'll be no need to adhere to the old restrictions, to share power outside our circle." She fingered the emerald that hung around her neck. "The possibilities are limitless." Claude Dorsey smiled. It was a familiar playing field, at least. Another proposed wizard agreement involving terms to be negotiated later. With assassination and bloodshed, no doubt. And given the fact that he held no cards at all, not even the covenant, it was attractive. "Surely we can work something out," Dorsey said, looking at each of the players in turn. "Father," Devereaux protested, "we can't just let—" "Later, Dev," Dorsey said, raising his hand. Dev subsided, his hands twitching with irritation. Dorsey turned to the others. "My son and I will inventory the hoard and arrange for an in-person survey." Following discussion of a few more logistics, the meeting broke up. The Dorseys sent the roses on their way and set their servants to dismantling the pavilion. Dorsey and Dev descended into the gill, eager to retire to the fireside in the castle. "So," Dorsey said when they'd reached the valley floor, "you don't like the idea of sharing the hoard with the roses?" "Why should we? It belongs to us, our family." "We have to get out of this bloody gill, Dev. Whatever the Dragonheart is, whatever it does, we have to get it back. Then we're players. We've not heard from Alicia in weeks, so it's not likely we can succeed without the roses." "What do you think happened to that girl, Alicia?" "Hard to say. It's risky out there, Dev. That's why I've kept you close." "She goes wherever she likes. She does whatever she pleases," Devereaux said enviously. "And she may very well be dead," Dorsey replied testily. What had gotten into Dev lately? Dev paused at the foot of the gardens leading up to the castle. "That's weird," he said. "The drawbridge is up and the gate is shut." D'Orsay blinked away rain and peered up at the castle. The drawbridge had been little more than a decorative piece since the signing of the Covenant centuries ago. In fact, he'd last closed the drawbridge the night Jason Haley broke into the Gill. After all, he had wards and sentries to warn him of danger. The drawbridge was closed now. "What the devil?" D'Orsay muttered. "Perhaps Stephen is being overzealous tonight, given our visitors." "Well, he should be looking out for us," Dev said. "He should have noticed we were coming and opened the gate." Dev was intolerant of poor service from the staff. He began speed-walking up the road, probably meaning to give Stephen a piece of his mind. "Devereaux, wait," D'Orsay hissed. But the boy was already way out ahead of him. D'Orsay was puffing by the time he reached the garden shed near the top of the garden. He leaned on the wall of the shed, glancing inside as he did so, and noticed, tucked beneath one of the benches, a body, stripped of its undergarments, and, further in, another. D'Orsay peered into the dim interior, disbelieving his eyes. "Stephen," he muttered. Then he turned and sprinted after his son, who was out of sight by now. When he topped the hill, he saw Dev standing on the near side of the moat, shouting up to the gatehouse. "Stephen! Open up, you pathetic imbecile, or I'll—" "Devereaux," D'Orsay bellowed, "come away!" He slammed his son aside just as a blast of wizard fire erupted from the gatehouse and scorched the ground where Dev had been standing. D'Orsay threw up a shield in time to turn 3 more attacks from his own hold. Had the Roses taken advantage of their absence from the hold to sneak unobserved into the Gill? Had his guard turned on him? Wards were crystallizing all about the fortifications, powerful barriers to any magic that might be used to bring down the walls. Not that D'Orsay intended to knock down his house if he could help it. They retreated to a safe distance. Dev was shaken, but unhurt. He quickly added his strength to D'Orsay's shielding. "What's happened, Father? Has that idiot Stephen gone berserk?" "Stephen is dead, Dev. I found him in the garden." "Stephen? Dead?" Dev's eyes widened. "That's horrid. I can't believe it." Just then a dozen guardsmen in D'Orsay livery trotted up. "What's going on, sir?" the officer gasped. "We saw flames from down below." "I would expect that you could have told me if you'd been at your posts where you belonged," D'Orsay said dryly. "Where have you been?" "Well, They looked at each other and shuffled their feet. Obviously, no one wanted to be the one to confess. Finally, the captain spoke up. "My lord, we heard a woman singing and went to check it out." "You heard a woman singing?" D'Orsay paused, just in case he'd misunderstood, and the captain nodded. "And you, all of you, went to investigate?" "Well," the captain fussed with his sleeve. "Yes, it was, well, you'd have to hear it for yourself." "Bewitched, were you? And did you find this woman?" He shook his head. "We found this." He held out his hand, and a small crystal bird sparkled in the center of his calloused palm. D'Orsay struck it out of his hand. "An enchanter's trick, and you fell for it, and now someone has locked me out of my own home." And then it came to him. A suspicion of who that someone might be. D'Orsay turned back toward the castle, cupped his hands, and shouted, "Hastings!" He waited and then repeated, "Hastings! I know it's you, so you may as well show yourself." A moment later, he heard a woman's amused voice from the parapet. "Leander, why is it you always get the credit for everything?" They stepped out onto the wall walk, side by side, iced in magic, the tall wizard and the small enchanter, looking like a Romeo and Juliet in climbing gear, or the new lord and lady of the manor. Linda Downing, and Leander Hastings, and Claude D'Orsay had them trapped in the Gill. That was one way to look at it. D'Orsay turned to his guard. "Surround the hold," he snapped. "They mustn't be allowed to escape." "Oh, we have no intention of escaping," Hastings said. "We like it here." "There is no way the two of you can hold the keep against an army," D'Orsay said, trying to sound convincing. Who says there are just two of us? Downey replied. And it seems amazingly well built. Are there any weaknesses we should know about? D'Orsay very nearly told her before he caught himself. Her voice was like a song that insinuates itself into your mind until you find yourself humming along. Damn her. The master of the games generally preferred to keep his distance from violence by delegating it, but just then he would have welcomed the opportunity to rend the pair of them into little bits, personally, by hand. The worst of it was that, with the exception of a few caches of choice pieces that D'Orsay kept elsewhere in the Guild, the lion's share of the hoard of magical weapons was in the inner keep of Raven's Gill Castle, now in Downey and Hastings' possession, and no longer accessible to D'Orsay and his new allies. There was the risk that the Roses would be unimpressed with what little he would be able to deliver, his contribution to the cause. "We'll starve you out," he blustered, though he was not one to make empty threats. "It appears that will take some time," Hastings said. "My compliments on your wine cellar, Claude." He paused. "In fact, I'm finding your cellar very intriguing." He'd found the hoard then. It was heavily warded, but still, it was Leander Hastings. Soon enough, he'd be using the safas against them. "Where will you be staying in the meantime?" Downey asked sweetly, "in case someone calls." Dev pressed forward, and D'Orsay grabbed his arm, hauling him back. "No, Dev. They are trying to make you do something foolish." "Make them leave." Dev's face was white with fury. "That is our home." "Never mind, Dev." He turned to his captain. "I want a 24-hour guard on this castle. No one enters or leaves without my permission. Anyone left alive inside stays there." He paused. "And damn it, next time you hear someone singing, stop up your ears." "Where will we live, Father?" Dev asked, shoulders slumped dejectedly. "All my things are in there." D'Orsay patted his son on the back. "You've wanted to leave here anyway, so we'll gather up the weapons we can salvage and go on to Trinity. I think it best that we're there to keep an eye on our new allies. You see, I believe Hastings and Downey have made a tactical error in coming here. Possession of the hoard is unimportant next to possession of the Dragon Heart. With Hastings and Downey in the hold, the rebels have lost two of their most effective agents. We'll see how the children do on their own, Chapter 23. An Ultimatum. Jack. Jack Swift paused with his hand on the latch of the back door and looked back up the stairs. His mother stood on the landing, gazing down at him. "Where are you off to?" she asked. That was a difficult question to answer, since he was off to pull guard duty at the Weir Gate, where his job was to prevent the unfettered coming and going of spies, assassins, and would-be magical thieves. He blessed the fact that Shadowslayer was hidden in the duffel bag slung over his back. "I'm going hiking at Perry Park." The Weir Gate was within Perry Park, the largest tract of unbroken forest in the sanctuary. Becca descended the steps until she was at a level where she could look him in the eyes. "Okay if I come along? It's been a long time since we've been hiking together." "Well, that would be a disaster." "That'd be great, except we're going rock climbing at the gorge. It's a technical climb. You wouldn't like it." She crossed her arms. "Okay, I'll be more direct. What's going on?" "Going on?" Becca hesitated. Nagging didn't come naturally to her. "Harold's complaining that you haven't been around to prep the boats for the season. He's had to hire another full-time captain to keep both boats in service. Seth's quit working at the docks altogether, Jason too." She sighed, an exasperated sound. "You'll be graduating in a few weeks. I'd think you'd want to earn money this summer, or get a head start on your classes. Or do you want to go to Boston and work with your father?" "No," Jack said quickly. "I want to stay here." "And do what?" She paused, and when Jack didn't answer, said, I feel responsible for all three of you with Linda out of town. A hint of judgment crept in. Even though she seems to think Seth and Jason are fine on their own. I haven't seen Jason for weeks, and he hasn't been at school either, from what I understand. Official-looking notices from the attendance office at the high school had been arriving regularly at Aunt Linda's, addressed to parent or guardian of Jason Haley. Here was one piece of good news he could give her. Jason's back, Mom. He got back 2 days ago. He, was visiting Madison in Colton County. In the middle of the semester? She lifted an eyebrow. Yeah, well, then he came down with something. You know how important attendance is. Mr. Penworthy will be all over him. He was. All over him, I mean. Jason was in the attendance office all morning. Jack couldn't help thinking there was a reason why the classical heroes didn't have lawyers for mothers. It's not like you're lying around at home playing video games. In fact, you're never home. She reached out and put her hands on his shoulders. On the plus side, it's obvious you're getting your exercise, and I haven't heard any reports of all-night parties on the beach. Ironically enough, that would be harder to get away with in a small town than building a magical fortress. Linda and Hastings weren't the only ones with an intelligence network centered in Trinity. Information flowed to Becca Downey from all over town. As if she'd read his thoughts, Becca leaned against the banister and said, Bill Childers says he's afraid you and Will had a falling out. Will's father, the newly elected mayor of Trinity, was one of Becca's regular contacts and closest friends. What? No, we're fine, Jack said. It's just been kind of crazy with Will's work schedule. Plus, he's on the soccer team and there's practice and everything. That's another thing. You didn't even go out for the team this year. She paused, and when he didn't speak, continued. Why not? You love soccer. Or you used to. I just didn't think I had the time with my classes. Bill asked if Ellen had been spending time over here. I guess she's among the missing too. Ellen lived with Will's family. Yeah, we've, been spending a lot of time together. Hiking. Jack snuck a glance at his watch. He and Ellen were sharing the next shift on the wall, and she'd be on his butt if he was late. She was totally into military discipline when it came to the security of the sanctuary. Has Ellen decided what